Good morning, Podcampers. We know more people are filtering in due to the construction and parking and things like that. So we're just going to get started so we can get started with the keynote. A few things to go over. First thing is welcome to the 10th year of Podcamp Pittsburgh, or the 10th edition, I should say. The 10th edition. I'm not going to go into the history too much because I'm sure our keynote is going to go into that a little bit. I do want to remind everybody our law of 2 feet. So basically today, if this is, whose first Podcamp is it, by the way? Oh boy. Well, welcome. We're always happy to see new faces every single year. And that's what keeps us going every year, is that every year we get new faces come and to learn new things throughout the weekend. So welcome. the law of 2 feet is what Podcamp, bar camps, and everything was based on. And basically it is if you feel like you're in a session where you're not contributing or learning, you have the right to move to a new session. So keep that in mind all weekend, that you can circulate throughout sessions. If you feel like you're not learning something or you're not contributing, please feel free to move on.
And you're not going to be offending the speakers. I mean, that's entirely what we expect. And a lot of times we see people who are, well, I kind of want to attend this session, I also kind of want to attend this session. So if you completely run up against that, feel free to go from session to session. And just to let you know, the sessions are also being live streamed, and they will be available later. So if there is a session that you find yourself in completely, and you're like, oh, I missed that other one, they will be available through the website in probably the next month or so.
And on that note also, everything is being live recorded.
Yes.
So be careful what you say and do while in the session classrooms, because it is being live streamed to people at home watching us. And also on that note, you will be photographed this weekend and you will be recorded onto the internet. So just keep that in mind also. Any other rules?
Well, the only other thing I want to let folks know about is this nice handy dandy little shirt that I'm wearing is actually for our VIP sponsors, and we do have some VIP admissions available. So even if you registered as a general admission and you'd like to upgrade to the VIP for this and some of the other VIP swag materials that we have down there, feel free to stop by the reception desk and we can hook you up with that. Thanks to our sponsors, Point Park University. You know, we wouldn't be here obviously without Point Park. Libsyn is amazing. They do podcasting stuff for the area, and they've been an integral part of the Podcamp. So thank you guys. I see you, Crystal. The sponsors that have helped out in the past, Sorghum Media, Bold Pittsburgh. You know, we really couldn't do without you guys. So to keep it short and to get our keynoter up here.
Justin is the original Podcamper for Podcamp Pittsburgh. I don't think there's anything else too much. That pretty much just sums it up for Justin. So, welcome Justin, our keynote speaker.
All right. Folks, thanks for having me back to Podcamp. It's been a while since I was at Podcamp Pittsburgh because I left Pittsburgh for Baltimore back in 2009. It wasn't you, it was me. It was what I was going through. But it's interesting to come back here because I was at the Icebreaker yesterday speaking with some folks actually from Liberated Syndication, and they were like, oh, so what do you do? And I realized I've been gone for so long that nobody knows me anymore, so I have to reestablish why I'm even in front of you. So welcome to Podcamp. Welcome to the 10th Podcamp Pittsburgh. We started this back in 2006 because there was a group of people in Boston who did the original Podcamp. And the original Podcamp concept was, if you produce internet media, and when you think of a podcast 9 years ago, that was mainly audio, a little bit of video. You were making this on your own, out of the love of your own heart, your own blood, sweat, and tears and money, and putting this on the internet and seeing who would listen to it. Could you develop an audience? Could you find like-minded peers? And it was difficult 9 years ago for these people who were making this media to get face-to-face with each other because there were so few of them. So in Boston, two gentlemen, Chris Brogan and Christopher Penn, came up with the idea to have this thing called Podcamp, where the people who were creating the media would come together and peer educate each other on how they do what they do and why, what's working, what's not. So it sort of became this DIY crash course on how to make media. And it caught on in a really interesting way. They thought it would just be Bostonians arriving at that first one, and it turns out there were 300 people from all around the country that showed up. Folks came down from Vancouver, they came over from London, so Podcamp became more than just a local thing right off the bat. And at the end of it, they said, you know what we should do is, if you, who are at this event, want to take this concept back to your city and do it where you live and make your own community around this, go for it. But it's got to always be free. You can add a VIP element if you'd like to, but it's got to be free. There has to be a way that anybody off the street can walk in and learn. And the other thing is, it's always got to be peer education. This can't be a case where you have professional speakers coming in charging exorbitant fees and you have this pre-established class schedule. So if you may have noticed, there was an open call for sessions for Podcamp, because anybody can get up and teach. And if there are open rooms, you can teach a breakout session in one. So it's always about what do you know at that moment that you can share that's useful to others. So it's very grassrootsy in a certain way, and there's a reason that a lot of podcamps started after Boston. This was the first non-Boston podcamp. We're like the second ever podcamp, and we're still going. And there's a few others out there, but very few, because we all quickly realized there's money to be made in this as well. So it became more than just a kumbaya thing of we creators getting together and teaching each other. It became, well, how can we turn this into a professional business? And my keynote is going to touch on some of these things, because I think some of the things that we predicted that might happen 9 years ago have happened. Some haven't gone quite the way we thought they might. And some have come out of nowhere and changed how internet media is made and consumed. So that puts us into an interesting situation right now where, how many of you in this room make media and share it online? That's most of you. Out of curiosity, how many of you don't? Do you want to learn? Is this why you're here?
Yes.
Okay. If you don't want to learn and you don't make media, did you just want the free coffee? Okay. Is the Keurig working? All right. So without further ado, I'm going to try and run through this as quickly as I can, because I was unable to get this under 45 minutes before when I was practicing it, and then I added more things this morning because I'm an egomaniac or an asshole. I can't tell, one of the two. So let's see how fast we can get through this, right? So we've been around for a while. We've had a lot of things happening at Podcamp. We've had a lot, I mean, these are the faces of some of the folks who've been here for years, including down there on the bottom, our beloved Mayor Bill Peduto, who once came here as city councilman and wound up getting elected. So I like to think, if you're looking for ripple effects of Podcamp, we have a nice touch there. But there was the original logo for Podcamp back in November of 2006, and you might notice that that is the downtown skyline with the fountain sprouting out of an iPod. So if you want to think about how much has changed since then, that was how we consumed media 9 years ago. That was our mobile device. Things are a little bit different now. Now we're just sad, lonely people in a room. And the reason that we come out to events like Podcamp is because we want to be sad, lonely people in a room together, staring at our phones and ignoring each other. But really the question is, why do we sit in these sad, lonely rooms and make media? What's the point? You could be doing anything with your free time. So why, of all things, would you go online and try and create something and pour your heart and soul into it, only to attract clickbait, ads, and trolls, right? Well, that's really not why we do it. We do it for community. At the heart of why we create media is so that we don't have to be alone. We do it so we can entertain, we do it so we can educate, we do it so we can enlighten. So these are three different things that happen when you're making a piece of media. You're either sharing the knowledge that you've got, you're trying to excite or inspire someone, or you're trying to reach them on a more humane level. So in other words, we do it for ourselves, for our own good, to be heard, to be understood, and to connect with other people. And I could have another slide up here that says we do it for reach, respect, reputation, and revenue, which are all nice words, but you don't get those unless you're getting this part right, because those are the after effects of you connecting with an audience. Nobody likes what you likes on Facebook, what you're doing, nobody shares, nobody follows, unless you've reached them on either an intellectual or an emotional level. And the folks who jump into this hoping that it's either going to be a quick buck, or who jump into it because they're just desperate for attention, have some difficulties in connecting with people sometimes because they're not delivering anything in the end that is useful or meaningful. They're not creating a connection that somebody else wants to voluntarily sustain. The other issue that we have right now is that this whole concept of community is starting to fade out for a couple reasons. And I'm going to get into those right now because we've got 4 trends. 4? I was a little tired when I made this slide. It might be 3 trends. We'll see what happens. But there's some trends and a challenge coming up here. And the point of this is, again, when I was thinking what's changed since 2006, I was thinking what are the big differences that either we were predicting would happen that did come true and we were right about, or the things that came out of left field that we couldn't possibly see. The one, hey, look, it is 3 trends. Awesome. So I just saved us like 10 minutes. That's great. But it's the rise of mobile, it's the rise of you, the personal brand, and it's the collapse of distribution options. That last one sounds like kind of tech wonky, like it's not as cool and interesting as the first 2, but it's actually really interesting, and we're going to spend the most time on it, so get ready. First though, the rise of mobile. I don't have to explain this to you because you all probably signed up for this on a mobile device. and you're probably all staring at one right now and ignoring me, so thanks. But there is an interesting annual report done by Mary Meeker from Kleiner Perkins. Whoops, oh God, I broke things. Thanks, that was Podcamp, everybody. Good, go on. No, so every year she puts together this list of internet trends, and this sort of becomes like the industry standard of what is popular and meaningful in digital media and technology. And this was a slide that I literally ripped out of her presentation because I was in a rush. And it sums everything up, I think, incredibly well. I want to point something out to you. So you've got these 3 bars. There's this little yellow one down here, and that is other connected devices, so your Xboxes, Blackberries, and things that we don't actually list in most data reports. Then there's desktop and laptop. That's how much time we're spending on these things every day. You know what's interesting is that time hasn't changed. If you go back to 2008, we're spending a little over 2 hours, maybe under 3, on desktop and laptop devices. We haven't curtailed that in any way. But look what's grown. Less than half an hour in 2008 is what we were spending on mobile devices. Now we're nearly at 3 hours every day on our mobile devices. Well, there's only 24 hours in a day, so if that hasn't changed, and the amount of work that we're doing on the other digital devices hasn't changed, and there's another slide in her presentation that talks about TV. That hasn't changed either. We're still watching the same amount of TV. So what's different? What are we not doing? Part of it is we're not paying as much attention to print media anymore. I mean, newspapers and magazines have nosedived. But the other thing we're paying less attention to is each other and the people around us. We're spending a lot less time in person with other human beings, and we're spending a lot more time on Tinder trying to find human beings we can spend less time with. So it's been an interesting time shift for us and an attention shift for us. So the first thing you have to think about when you're making media is it's going to be viewed on a mobile device much more often and much more prevalently than on anything else. So if it doesn't look good on a phone, and if it doesn't reach people on a phone, and how do you reach people on a phone? Literally, you don't even call people on a phone anymore, they don't answer. So how do you reach people on a phone? Well, apparently you do it by talking about yourself endlessly. We, not I personally, but the social media gurus of the world coined the phrase personal branding a few years ago, as though your purpose for being online is to present yourself as a product or service, right? So when you go online, you have a persona, and you must always be burnishing this persona at all times. You know what your value proposition is for the people around you, and as a result, you want them to like you and love you and share you. So you very specifically cultivate this image of yourself. And is it narcissistic? Yes, absolutely. Is it useful? Potentially, depending on what your end goal is. But you have things like the rise of selfies, which a certain generation absolutely deplores, and the younger generation see as a perfectly natural self-expression, to the extent that that's literally all you see on some Instagram accounts is just selfie after selfie. We're inventing this fictionalized version of who we are at all times. We're doing it right now face to face. But when you're online, you can take the time to perfectly edit that photo of that brunch you had, and you can solicit those 25 likes on Instagram, and that makes you feel like you had a worthwhile morning. And what's interesting is while you're doing that, you're not paying attention not only to the person sitting across the table from you, but you're not paying attention to anything else on that little screen. What you're paying attention to is you. So we've spent more time on mobile devices and more time on ourselves over the past 10 years. Where does that leave those of us who want to make media that actually reaches other people? Well, it's interesting because in a certain way, it almost doesn't matter to a large subset of the population. There's a new startup coming out called Papero, which I was reading about, and I pull quoted this off Medium. For Generation Z, looking at an article that they can't actively comment on and be a part of while they're reading it, or watching a video that they can't make live comments about on Periscope, doesn't interest them. They are part of the media experience. When you make media, you're inviting them to add their media to it. And if there's no space for them, they don't want to be a part of just listening to you, Dad. You know, like what they really want is for you to validate their attention. So it's an interesting world that we're living in right now, where it's not enough to just make something, you've got to make it and then lure people in so they can see themselves in that media. The last part of this is the collapse of distribution. And this is like a fun slide. Look, there's pastel colors and ice cream, we all love it. But it's all pointing towards a doom point there in the middle. And I want you guys to remember this image because it's going to pop up again in a couple more slides. But once upon a time, like 9 years ago when we started Podcamp, the question was literally, when you're making media, where does it go? Where do you put it on the internet? How do you get people to watch it? Like, these were all the questions that we had. Well, 9 years later, we have an answer, and I don't know that all of us in this room would have predicted the answer or that we necessarily like the answer, but it's the reality that we live in. And I think if you're making media in this space, in this time, you have to know what this reality is. You have to know what your odds of connecting with other human beings are. So here's how we do it. 2006, there was this awesome thing called MySpace. Oh my God, it was so cool. Notice how those heads look like headstones. This is what happened to MySpace. But so in 2006, MySpace was the bomb to the extent that right before the very first Podcamp, they announced they had 100 million members. Oh man, what a milestone. 100 million people using the same service online. This was mind-boggling to the internet pundits at the time. They were like, how is this even possible, right? Mashable, when they wrote about this, actually they wanted to curtail the enthusiasm a bit. They said MySpace appears to be number one. But if you look at the numbers, Yahoo is still number one. MySpace is number two. So just for those of you who wonder if time ever changes anything, there was a time in America where MySpace and Yahoo were the two places we spent most of our time. Now we avoid them like the plague, to the extent that MySpace was proud to announce they'd rebounded to 36 million members by 2013 after the News Corporation cratering of that company. So MySpace went the way of the dodo. I don't know any of these 36 million members, by the way. Are any of you on MySpace? I heard laughter. Look at that. What division. All right, so MySpace was once upon a time the top dog. If you wanted to be seen and heard, that was where you went. What happened? What is the disruptive upstart company that changed things? Facebook. So in 2007, people started noticing that MySpace was losing ground to Facebook. And all these numbers on the left-hand side are much larger than what Facebook was seeing in 2007. Notice that all of the trends are red for MySpace. It's going downhill, and it's starting to go downhill quickly, whereas Facebook is starting to ramp up. How fast are they ramping up? Well, this was August of 2007. It only went up from there, because that dark blue line you see arcing toward the top right of your screen there, that's MySpace's meteoric rise over the next year. Sorry, that's oh God. Did I say MySpace's rise? Yeah, sorry. No. MySpace tanks. MySpace is the sad line that is tailing off at the end. Facebook is rising, and so is Blogger, which is interesting. So is WordPress. Self-expression platforms are coming up. MySpace and its terrible design elements are tanking. But, so you start to think, oh, look at this. Facebook is beating out MySpace near the end of 2008. It has 150 million users. That's crazy. It's almost double what MySpace was at its peak. Well, it gets bigger, because in 2008, we're way down here. This is where MySpace was at its peak. That's a rounding error. Facebook owns the internet right now, to the extent that it's got 1.5 billion users every month, worldwide, active users, and it's still growing. That's plus 10% over last year. Facebook somehow is miraculously finding people who don't already have a Facebook account and they're signing them up. It's all in Africa, is my guess, or other places that the internet is just now starting to penetrate and make into an ecosystem. Because 136,000 photos are being uploaded every minute. Is that a lot? Well, it means 300 million photos are uploaded every day. You're not going to take that many photos in your lifetime. Those of us in this room aren't going to take 136,000 photos in our lifetime. That's a lifetime's worth of photos being uploaded every minute. This is how much content is being put on Facebook. And this is what's fighting for your attention as you're making media online. 4.75 billion pieces of content shared daily. But here's the scariest part, I think. 1 in 5 of every web page views is Facebook. 20% of all internet communication is happening on Facebook. Facebook owns it in such a way that was inconceivable 10 years ago. You have Facebook and everyone else. And if you didn't believe that, here's how we share. 82% of what you find out about right now happens on Facebook, with Twitter a paltry second place at 8.6%. Add those together, and that's 90% of all of your inputs are Facebook and Twitter. I know for a fact, I open up 4 tabs when I open up my browser. It's Gmail, Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn, because I'm a masochist. But that's all the time that I'm spending online. Everything else that I get comes through these channels, which means if you're making media and you're like, well, I'm going to make my own website. I'm not going to play by these rules. It's not going to matter because you're not going to be seen. You've got to go and play in the world that Facebook created for us. Who's doing it really well is BuzzFeed, by the way. These are the media properties that were most shared on Facebook a year ago. And you've got BuzzFeed and Huffington Post. Huffington Post doesn't really make most of their own media anyway. But what's interesting is BuzzFeed is way ahead of the curve. And who's down there in the middle of the pack is NBC. But NBC had an idea. Remember those ice cream cones? NBC/Comcast/Universal, which is now all the same company, which is an incestuous clusterfuck, let's be honest. The distribution platform and the content and the screen on which you watch it and how you access the internet is now all the same company. So don't worry, it's totally diverse and there's many options for independent thought. They just bought huge chunks of Vox and BuzzFeed, $200 million plus each. So if you thought BuzzFeed was going to be the answer and the new media company, old boss steps in once again. So every time you think there's going to be a disruption, the big players take over. The new big players are actually now going head to head. You've got Facebook versus YouTube, and this is going to be the most interesting. If you thought MySpace versus Yahoo was going to be big 10 years ago, wait till this one. Because Facebook now has changed their algorithm. If you have a YouTube video and you share it on Facebook, it gets shared a lot less than if you uploaded it to Facebook directly. So Facebook has said, YouTube is nice, but it takes traffic away from us. We want that traffic. We want to serve more ads. We want more data. So Facebook is now going head-to-head with YouTube to become the #1 video platform. And if that happens, what other options do we have? So the question 10 years ago, where do you go to get seen? It's Facebook. What do you do? It's Facebook. The answer to every question is Facebook. Do we like this answer? I'm not sure. Is there an alternative? I'm not sure. But it helps to know that this is where we stand. So, asks average white man, what does this matter to me? Well, this guy should be aware of the fact that his voice is going to become ever less useful and popular over the next 40 years. But beyond that, why does it matter at all? So this is the reality. This is Facebook. Isn't that great? We have a blueprint now. You make the media, you put it on the Facebook, and the people come to the Facebook and they like it, right? That's all we have to do. Well, not exactly. Here's the actual challenge that we face as creators of media. And I would say this, no matter what it is that you're making, we're in this exact same boat. Every media maker is competing with every other media maker out there. It's kind of a given. But if you think about that, what that really means is you and I are in competition with Fox and CNN and Universal and Pixar and every other major media company out there that is putting the same information on a Facebook and trying to get people's attention. And if I already know what these other companies are, these other media makers are, why would I stop watching them to watch you? Why would you stop watching them to watch me? So we're fighting not only for the same audience, we're fighting on the same platforms. We said 10 years ago, there's going to become a time, we used to get interesting questions from people who were like, why do you make media for the internet? Do you want to be on TV someday? And we were like, actually, it's all going to be the same thing, so it's not going to matter. Well, we were right about that, but it turns into something of a congratulations, I'm sorry moment, because we were right, and now we have to fight amongst the big dogs who are there. Look at the top 10 podcasts right now. This is as of a couple days ago. This American Life, The Mystery Show, TED Radio Hour, Serial, Radio Lab. We know who these people are. Mark Maron. These are not amateurs. These are not guys in their basement, although Mark Maron's in his garage, but he's in his garage with President Obama. These are not hackers, right? These are hustlers. And these are professionals who have actual media contacts and money to spend. Now, you may be sitting there thinking there's no way I would ever get into the top 10 whatsoever, and I'm about to challenge that notion as well, because it can be done. But it's interesting what gets the job done these days. The other thing I wanted to point out is it's the same no matter what kind of media you're making. Over the past 10 years, journalism and comedy have revolutionized what we think of as a podcast. Now, look who's the big names in podcasting for just comedy alone. Chris Hardwick, NPR, Mark Maron, Joe Rogan, again, long-time 20-year professionals. The ringer here is Grace Helbig, who, she's basically a new media star. The most legacy media she was a part of before this was like G4 and Attack of the Show. So it was already like the tech TV style disruptive media coming at the tail end of what we thought was going to be legacy media's crumble. So she's found a way to rise to the top using her YouTube audience. But everybody else up here are the big boys playing with other people's money. It's a little different on YouTube though. Because on YouTube, if you take out, these are the top 10 YouTube channels by subscriber right now. Ignore YouTube Spotlight, because that's a ringer, it's just them. But PewDiePie, Pola Soy German, Smosh, and Jenna Marbles down there at the bottom, these literally are 4 people just doing stuff, in their free time. PewDiePie is literally a man in Sweden talking about video games, and he is the most subscribed human being on the planet on YouTube. So if you sit there and you think, well, it can't be done, the good news is it can be done to the extent that he's actually outperforming the Rihanna's, Katy Perry's, One Directions, and M&M's of the world, which is astounding. There's a somewhat sad truth to this, though. Although he may be way ahead of them in terms of subscribers, he's way behind them in terms of what that's doing for him. His 38 million subscribers earned him $7 million last year. And you can sit here and go, well, I'm not going to cry for a guy who made $7 million. And fair enough. But the truth is, if you had a television show on NBC, Comcast, Universal that was getting 38 million viewers every week, you'd be on the cover of every magazine on the planet. Everybody would know your name, your cast's name, what you had for breakfast. This guy has a very small, hyper-segmented audience compared to everybody else. He's monetized it well, if that's a concern of yours. But I want to point out that getting big on YouTube isn't getting big in the traditional media sense. So that economy still hasn't quite caught up. But it can be done. We can do it. And in fact, iJustine, aka Justine Izerek, aka Pittsburgh's own iJustine, is an example who she's gotten herself up to well over 2 million subscribers on YouTube. She was online before Podcamp, but she was here with you sitting in these seats a couple of years ago, and now she's in Los Angeles doing Entertainment Tonight and other sorts of things. So it can be done. I'm going to circle back to her at the end because I get doom and gloomy when I'm doing a keynote at 3 o'clock in the morning, which is what I was doing last night, but there's a happy message here at the end I'm going to get back to. So, yay, we can become someone who is on par with these other creators in the millions of subscribers. Are we connecting with them? Is there any actual meaning happening from that media? Well, I don't know, because again, we're up against all of this. It can be done. You've got to outwit the Walking Deads and Taylor Swifts of the world, who are on the same channels. You've also got to fight this other weird battle that came up over the past few years. Here are some of the top stories from Business Insider a couple days ago. New York Jets quarterback incident and a plastic surgery concern from the Modern Family star. I don't know that either of those is businessy or insidery, but if you know anything about Business Insider, you know that they may have started as a Business Insider production, but all they need right now is page views. And they're not alone. Every single outlet on the web is publishing and pushing the exact same content to bring in the exact same audience, to the extent that you have things like this. Now, I'll let you read this for a second and let it sink in, partly because if you're over the age of 30, this headline makes no fucking sense anyway. But this is really gossip about the dating lives of 2 of the One Direction members. Front page on Realty Today. I want to see the Venn diagram of people who are One Direction fans and commercial real estate speculators. I think it's a really small overlap. But Realty Today doesn't care, because Realty Today just wants your desperate attention. They don't care if you're a 15-year-old living in Israel. They just want you to come and click on their ads. That's what they're really in the business of. Everything else is a ruse. So sadly enough, that's what we're all in the business of. We all have to fight with the Realty Todays and the Business Insiders and the Comcast Universals to get seen. And it's a little rough. I like to say content is broken, and I like to say this is the title of the book I'm writing. You can buy it next year. But yeah, content is totally broken, folks. So if you go to justinkownacki.com and join the mailing list or follow me on Twitter, you'll get more updates about this. But it's a thing that I've been ruminating on for the past few years, and a lot of folks I've been talking to in the industry feel the same way, but there's sort of a paralysis about it. Everything is content, and all this content is aimed at marketing, and all this marketing is aimed at making money, which is great if you can do it. But what's getting lost in the entire experience is the person-to-person interaction. But it can be done. And I'm going to end this with what I'd like to think of as a positive story, but you're going to think it might not be as it starts. So Justine lives out in Los Angeles, big-time, video blogger, and like other video bloggers, they all know each other. And she met an interesting video blogger and wound up making a movie with this girl. You might think that this is going to be a tale of 2 girls hitting each other with pillows, but no, it can actually matter more than that. Here's a girl named Lizzie Velasquez, and I'm not sure if have any of you seen Lizzie Velasquez before? Oh, all right, there's some hands. Lizzie is an interesting story. She has, I believe it's still an undiagnosed condition, but basically her body has a terrible amount of time holding on to its own resources. So as you can see, she has what some might refer to as a deformity. To the extent that a couple of years ago, when she herself was on the internet, before she was even video blogging, she said she was actually, I think, trying to find a Taylor Swift video on YouTube. And she saw suggested in the sidebar a video called World's Ugliest Woman. So she clicked on it, as you do, because we're all morbid people on the internet. And it turns out that the world's ugliest woman was her. It was a video clip of her on a talk show from years ago, I think talking about the condition. But all of the comments were things like, her parents should have aborted her, kill it with fire, who would let her leave the house, what is wrong with these people? And it was non-stop invective terror aimed at this girl, who they didn't even care if she was going to see it. They didn't know what her name was. They didn't know if she was online. They just wanted to hate something and hate it publicly. And what they were hating was her. So she finds this. I don't know what you would do in this situation, but she told her parents, because she was looking for some sort of support, and she said she wanted to go and confront all these people. Like she knows she has a condition, and she wants them to know it's not okay for them to act like this. And she was really pissed, justifiably. And what her dad said was, you have to forgive them. You have to go to these people who are saying the world's worst things about you, and you have to say, I see where you're coming from. I'm sorry you feel that way, and I need you to see me as a human being. So she started her own video blog where she takes on, not bullies directly, but the act of bullying. And she talks about why if she can get through it, you can get through it. And she, as you can see from her subscriber numbers, is growing very steadily. She has over 400,000. But this TED Talk that plays when you get to her page has over 8 million views. So she's resonating with people who see something of their story in her. To the extent that at one point she was a fan of Justine's, and then they happened to connect through YouTube. And eventually Lizzie got the idea that she wanted to make a movie, a documentary about this entire process. And she asked Justine to executive produce it. So they appeared at South by Southwest this year, and I happened to be in the audience for it. And here's why I think this entire keynote can end on a positive, and I think this is what we can take away from a Podcamp as you go through it this weekend. Why are we here? We're here for connections. What happened in this discussion is they sat down, they talked about how they do what they do, they were in very good, bubbly moods, everything was great, and they opened up the room for questions. And I'm sitting there worried because I have no idea what someone's going to say to either of these people, because you never know when there's going to be a live troll in the room. So they got some questions from other video bloggers of how do we self-promote and yada, yada, yada. And then a guy gets up there, I'm going to ballpark him in his early 40s, not what I would think of as a standard fan of either of their work. And he admitted it. He gets up to the microphone and he says, hey, so I'm a journalist, I'm actually here for work. And I would not be in this room right now at all because I've never seen either of your shows. I didn't know who you were until this morning when my daughter found out that the two of you were going to be in the same room at South by Southwest, where her dad happens to be. And she begged and begged and begged me and made me promise that I would come to this session. So I'm here for my daughter, and she says hello. And now here's what I want to say. I want to say thank you, because my daughter is 12 years old, and she's a maker. And she's a maker because she found your channels 3 or 4 years ago, and she was a fan for a while. But then she started thinking to herself, you know what, if they can do that, I can do that. So my daughter is sharing who she is with the world. And she's a storyteller because of you. I think that's why we do this. So you can take your Comcast, NBC Universals, you can take your 38 million subscribers, but the reason that we're here in this room today is to have these kinds of moments happen. You can't control who's going to see your media or how they're going to react to it, but that's actually the beauty of it. You never know who you're going to touch, and if it's going to be your life or their life that changes. But when you're making media, anything is possible. And two guys thought anything was possible a couple of years ago, so they got a community together and created this thing called Podcamp, which we keep alive here in Pittsburgh today. And one of them, whose face I was about to eat 9 years ago, Chris Brogan, is here to walk us out of the keynote so we can get on with our Podcamp lives. But it wouldn't be Podcamp without Chris. So Chris, if you can join me on the stage here. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Boston's Chris Brogan.
Well, I had a whole other set of thoughts in my head, but I was kind of crying because of that last story. So I was like, oh God, he's going to call me up and I'll be still crying. I'm an evil marketer and moneymaker, and I like money because I like eating a lot. It's quite obvious. when we started Podcamp, it was all about hugs, and it was all about love, and it was all about kumbaya. And what we believed was that we could really connect with people. We could really make people just fall in love with each other. This is going to be the best thing in the world. And a lot of my friends thought we were going to take on all those big guys, and boy, were we going to win. And then a lot of my friends had to go back and find a day job. And a lot of my friends had to put on blue shirts and beige pants and say, let me show you this awesome point-and-shoot camera. And year after year, my friends, people that I really cared about and loved, whose shows I watched, the way people watch TV, something to be desired. Jim Kirk's fine piece of work, Ask a Ninja. I loved those shows the way people love TV, and all those people couldn't find enough money to live doing what they did unless they sucked themselves back into NBC, Universal, Comcast, ice cream cone hell. So what I've been devoting my life to is helping people do both. How can you love what you love, and how can you make a living doing it? And it's through everything Justin said. It's through connecting people. It's through making people matter. And what it isn't is needing 38 million people. I love PewDiePie. I actually watch a good deal of his shows with my children, which is sometimes inappropriate, but so are my children. So what I started to do is help people figure out something that Kevin Kelly wrote a blog post about 1 million years ago called 1,000 True Fans. Go read it. It's 1 million years old. It makes perfect sense. But what you need is 1,000 true customers. You need 1,000 people that you could serve so deeply through your mission of service to them that they're going to have the best world that you could ever want. Whatever you love deeply and passionately, there is a way to make a business around it for most of you, or there's a way to make it matter if you don't need it to be a business. And so what my intention is to weaponize all of your brilliance and give you a way to pay your bills, because it's just sad seeing all my friends not have money. And I'm not rich. I mean, my car has like 5 awesome dents in it. It looks like I'm an action hero. Because it's the Batmobile, and I drive it like that, which is fun. So as I see you on your way, and as you have one huge opportunity at this entire event, I will tell you the one thing that is hard to see in this room is that the only difference between audience and community is which way you point the chairs. You have to look at each other. You are the superheroes and the experts. You are, even if you're not at the stage, even if you don't have a clicker, it's you who has to leave this room with a bunch of new connections. This is a no-shy zone. You cannot be shy for this entire event, because we're all shy, weirdo. We're all socially awkward. We all aren't sure if we bathed right. You are all in the room full of people just like you, who don't know the right thing to say, and who make inappropriate jokes, and who laugh at the wrong part. You are exactly where you should be right now. And everyone who is brave enough to walk through the door, you already did better than you normally do, so give yourself credit. Get to know some people. No one here thinks they're all that in a bag of chips. I'm just like you. I pay someone to put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you do. So I'm going to send you on your way and go to all your various sessions. There are some really brilliant people here to get to know. I'm thrilled to be back. This is my 3rd or 4th podcast. I was probably almost drunk. And by almost, I was probably way far past drunk. It was a night to forget. But I'm glad there were pictures all over the internet. Periscope is not your friend. I love you very much. Have a very good day.
Thank you both. That was wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you both for traveling in too. You both are out of state, and we really appreciate you traveling in. It is still home, yes. We wanted to remind you of a few more things before you send on your way. There is Wi-Fi access for us. All the Wi-Fi passwords and usernames are in all of the classrooms. I also wanted to let you know that this is classroom A. Classroom B is the farthest one down, and it's the first door. And then classroom C is right down from the bathrooms. So I think we're ready to kick off the next session. So I'll let you guys go, grab a cup of coffee and head on. Thank you. Oh, one more thing too. The hashtag was all through Justin's slideshow, and it is in your program. So enjoy. Have a great weekend.
Hey. Good, how you doing? Good. Oh no, it's okay. Hey.
You want to be on panel?
Sure.
Permanent show, sorry.
Okay.
Hello. Welcome to Podcamp. Hello. Hello.
Steven. Okay.
Bueller.
All right. All right. Welcome to 5 white guys with 3 microphones. This is Podcamp. So this is a session that is looking back, looking at now, and looking forward about podcasting itself. That archaic art of creating audio and video and putting it on the internet. So this was the original reason I actually was coming back to Podcamp, was to run this panel. And then I was asked to do the keynote as well. So if you're wondering, I'm not speaking the entire weekend. It's just these first 2 sessions. But my name is Justin Kownacki. In addition to being one of the co-founders of Podcamp Pittsburgh, in 2003, I had started a podcast, a web video series called Something to Be Desired, which we ran for 6 years. It wound up getting front paged on YouTube and getting what we thought at the time were good views, tens of thousands of views. Got nominated in 2008 for a Yahoo Video Award for Best Web Series, which we didn't win, but that's okay because it's nice to be nominated. And then in 2009, I moved to Baltimore, and basically that whole thing shut down. We did one more year of it as a spin-off called The Baristas, which we crowdfunded on Kickstarter, and I learned how much money I should have asked for versus how much we actually needed, because the $3,000 that we raised were gone, I think, in the time it took me to drive back to Pittsburgh. So it was an interesting learning experience of how to crowdfund media, and I can write a book about it at some point called Don't Do This Ever, but I might. So as you noticed, Mike Sword to my left is recording this, because when you're at a PodCamp, everything is live and on the internet all the time.
I'm doing Periscope because it's cool.
Hey, Periscopers, looking good. This panel is a group of the people who were creating podcasts 9 years ago. If we were to do this 9 years from now, the people who would be sitting here are very different from us, because in fact, not all of us are still creating a podcast. But what we wanted to get together and talk about was what has changed over the years. What was it like then? What is it like now? And where is it going next? So for those of you in the audience who I presume either are making or are about to make a podcast and want to know how to do it well, learn from what we did right and wrong. So introducing from my left to my right, Will Rutherford and Mike Sword are the co-creators of multiple web properties in Pittsburgh. I like to think that they literally are the reason the podcast still exists, because they and their 1,700 shows are most of the media that's produced in Pittsburgh these days.
I don't have a number. I don't have a number how many we do right now.
It's exciting. I've never heard anybody say that it wasn't us.
It's good. So in addition to the Wrestling Mayhem show, and the Awesome Cast, and Basic Storgonomics, and Sawtooth Willie, and what are the other shows that I'm missing?
Let's see. You do.
I do Panel Riot, a comic book-based podcast.
We do together the LB in the Sword morning, afternoon, power hour. That's just for fun. Let's see. Awesome Cast, Awesome Chat. Indie Mayhem show. Our friends are doing the Midweek Wars and the Raw wrap-ups, and also various wrap-ups of whatever WWE reality television is going on. I can't even keep up. I just get like, hey, post this. And do we do anything else? Boss Battle, insertcointobegin.com.
This is going to be a panel of just them talking about
we have some final ones, Fishing Without, not you, Fishing Without Bait, Educational Grand Rounds with Sinclair. So those are clients that do that. So that's not even part of like the network that we do. And is that covered?
I think that covers it. And all of those are under the Sorgatron Media banner.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is a group of gentlemen who started out loving wrestling and making podcasts about wrestling, and it just kept growing from there to where they now make podcasts about everything they love, which is everything. They're very lovable men. On my right, we have two equally lovable men who I like to think like each other, at least. Immediately to my right is Doug Durda, and to his right is John Carmen, who created two of the other long-running podcasts in Pittsburgh history. And then those podcasts sort of went very separate ways over the past 9 years. We can talk about that. But gentlemen, if you want to introduce yourselves and how you did what you did, briefly.
How I did what I did?
How did you do it?
Well, so I have a podcast called Should I Drink That? And most times, yes, you should. We'll let you know if you shouldn't, trust me. It's a craft beer podcast. It's been based here in Pittsburgh since 2006, still running. Kind of, yeah, knock wood.
Knock metal flyboard, I don't know what this is.
So still going strong. Originally it started with myself and my co-host, Sick Puppy, because who wants to listen to Doug and Brad talk about beer? So we had to come up with some cool names. Since then, podcasting has definitely taken off for us, and it's introduced me to a lot of great people. I never thought that I would still be podcasting 9 years since we started. In fact, it was Podcamp, the original one, that kind of gave us the kick in the butt that maybe we could actually do something with this. And now 9 years later, covering Beer Fest, getting to go to breweries, get free beer. That's the plus. If you can find your niche and find something really cool, you can sometimes get free stuff out of it.
So lesson number one, start a podcast about something that gives away things for free. Very important.
Or you could try to get stuff for free out of it. People will
We're half
give you,
joking, but I mean, we're not really.
sometimes it works. Free beer is always a good thing. Free food's even better too. If I can get both, excellent.
I think you just had a podcast idea. Should I eat that?
I think we tried that
I
once.
think we just piloted that last night on Periscope.
Yeah. For anyone who didn't see it on Periscope, we actually took 2 oatmeal cookies and put bacon in the middle of it and made a sandwich. Oh, it was good. You don't think it tastes good, but you're going to try that as soon as you leave here.
You know,
Thanks to Jameson's, who's one of our sponsors, for providing the bacon also. Thick bacon.
I didn't feel like I was in Pittsburgh until this moment right now, putting bacon between cookies, but now I know.
That's
I'm
what
home.
we do here. I could probably find you a beer to go with it too.
And do we have to slide the mic down for John?
Justin, I'm sorry they're not creative with their food in Baltimore, but my name is John Carmen, and I used to be a podcaster.
I'm sorry.
I was hoping someone would stand up and say
Hello,
hi,
John.
Hi, John.
All right, we know nobody's been to AA in here. That's good.
Yeah, all right.
Once a podcaster, always a podcaster.
I'd like to think that's true. Because the podcast lives on, right? It's still online, even if you're not actively producing it.
Yeah.
So, do you want to talk about the podcast, or do you want to let that not exist as a topic?
I can't remember all the names, but no, my partner and I had a podcast called The G Spot. At one point, it was the second biggest GLBT podcast in the country. The biggest was a daily show. We did a weekly show, so I think that might come up at some point. As far as frequency, you know, we got the high end to the low end of frequency over here.
Yeah. I don't know how you guys do it, honestly. So I think if one of the, and we'll open this up for questions at the end, but I have a few preconceived thoughts I want to get out of these gentlemen, and then we'll open it up to see what they can teach you directly. But wow, I blew it out. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
All right. Never look at yourself on Periscope while you're talking. It's very silly. So it is. So I want to start with the two of you because you've been making media for so long, and you keep finding either reasons or excuses to do it. I'm not sure. But what is it that motivated you to start, and has that changed as the podcasting ecosystem evolved or devolved over these past 10 years? How is that different for you?
Okay, let's start.
Well,
How did we start?
As all good things start, we were drunk at a party.
Yes.
And consistently, Sword and I went to college together. And
Not here.
Not here, no.
No.
Different college. I
Different
don't think we're legally allowed to name the other college.
No, I think there's some, yeah.
We would go to parties, we'd get drunk, and we find ourselves the only two people sitting in a corner talking about wrestling. Every time. And this would happen again and again and again. And Sorg, I think you were, thank you very much. You were doing a live cast at the time.
Doug and I were talking about this on the recent Awesome Chat, where we were like both, like we're like the only people that were doing Shopcast servers at the time.
Yeah, that was it, yeah.
Because I had a site called westernpajuggalos.com, and we were just streaming music and having fun, and I had people in like California logging into my little server sitting on my Comcast connection, and then this podcasting idea came across.
Right.
And we was like, hey, this is a good conversation.
Yeah, let's have these conversations so other people can listen to them, and then we're not just ignoring our friends at parties.
Which is also how we started the Awesome Cast, because myself and Rob De La Creta, who's doing too awesome of things to be on the podcast right now, that's how we started that one as well.
Right.
So
Yeah.
And your expectations when you started that one, what?
maybe we'll get
Nothing.
10 people.
Yeah, 10 people and to have a conversation with each other.
And now you have 12, which is
Exactly.
Yeah, and all those people are on the show now.
Yeah.
It is true, yeah, the community that creates itself.
Yeah.
So you wanted a small audience. You exceeded that for certain. So have your expectations of what your podcast can achieve change as you keep producing them?
I think that, like you said, we started with we wanted a small audience, we got a small audience, and then other things happened that we didn't expect. We got to interview WWE legends like Jimmy Superfly Snuka, he's been on the show.
Jerry Sags, not the blonde one.
Right, not the blonde one,
Nasty
the other
boy.
nasty boy.
The other nasty boys. People that have been like recently on TV, like I don't know if their names are really resonating.
Eric Young.
Eric Young, who's on TNA now, Davari, Alejandro Estrada.
Yeah, he's not around.
So you're meeting famous people,
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
and they like you.
And we've gotten heavily involved in the local indie wrestling scene, so much so that Sword gets paid to do real live things for them. They pay him American-style money to film and produce DVDs for them now.
Sometimes Canadian style, like it's weird.
Sometimes bacon.
Sometimes bacon, sometimes a hot dog. But no, that's been the biggest thing, because if nothing else, like it's turned into this other thing, like because now I do local productions for independent pro wrestling, and it's like we're not on mics every week, and that's turned into actually just kind of broke off and relaunched IndieWrestling.us as my kind of like where I'm selling those things down to split it off from the other names, so I can brand a little better. And as far as like the show itself, we kind of split that off. The interviews happen over here, the discussion happens over here. We're looking at different audiences because of people interested in that independent wrestling, and we're just looking to just keep finding new people and to join our version of the conversation. You know?
Did you say finding or buying new people?
Finding.
Finding.
No, we can't buy anything now.
But
But maybe if you guys support us on Patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show and be our boss.
That has been our
So-
solution. The question since the first podcast is how do we make money podcasting? That's the solution, is Patreon.
We do get paid in pizza. We do get pizza already from Slice on Broadway.
So
Hi, guys.
let's seriously talk about that though for a second, because and I'm not ignoring you guys, but they're on the roll. But so to monetize the podcast, you're using Patreon. And for those in the room who don't know what Patreon is, do you want to explain that real quick?
It's think of Kickstarter. You could just pledge for each episode, basically.
Yeah. And like tiny little like microtransactions. Like we get, I have a donator, Patreon. I have a Patreon for Piano Riot who pays 50 cents per episode, and that's this guy right here actually. So
Give back to the cause.
Yeah, but you can give as little as like a quarter or something like that.
Now the high end of this is Tom Merritt, who had left This Week in Tech with Leo Laporte, and he went off on his own and did his versions of what he was doing, which was like a daily tech news show, which is actually the name of it, clever, and another Core Killer show, and it's completely supported. That's basically his job. I think he does some other production work too, but he's there and he's on Google Hangout with people logging in at his home, and he has like something like 2,000 people or something on Core Killers, even more for Daily Tech News Show, and that's how he supports it. Now he's already got an audience. He's been doing this since like CNET's Buzz Out Loud and doing that kind of a show for 10 years. So he's bringing that with him, and we're kind of like, well, we have some of an audience, a dedicated audience. We'll get a little bit out of it. How do we get like $10 a month out of something? You know, somebody should start donating to Awesome Cast, which is a business in Cranberry. Hello, Thistle Seed. Which I'm still figuring out what you guys are, but thank you. And that's a side of it. So we're kind of looking at that, and we're looking at the advertising, but we're not making giant like 5,000 downloads an episode that people want to get your Audible and your Squarespace, you know, kind of stuff. Yeah.
So what you're saying basically is you're starting to find the way to monetize and sustain what you're doing, and you're proving that these other gentlemen that we're talking about are doing it at a lifestyle supported level.
Right.
Okay. So it can be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's feasible.
So from the monetization standpoint, we've got that. Now let's look over here to my right. Because I don't think this is what Doug does for a living. And I know that John doesn't do this for a living.
No, and we had a sponsor once. It was a record company that paid us a decent amount per episode to be advertised on the show, but it was a record company, so they quickly ran out of money.
That's a dying media platform. Records, nobody does music anymore.
You had banner ads on your site, didn't you not? I'm talking to the moderator.
Could be any of us. We did banner ads briefly on Something to Be Desired. We also did sponsors that we would embed in the show, but we never really made money. What we actually ended up making money on was the advertisements from Blip TV. So when we would host Something to Be Desired, I didn't want to host it on YouTube originally. I was a little skittish about giving YouTube and therefore Google the rights to own all this media. So I went with one of their competitors, Blip TV. It turned out to be an amazing choice because Blip TV is going out of business next week. So the lesson is don't not use YouTube. There's no way around it. But what was interesting about being on Blip for years was we would get checks in the mail, not in the digital mail, the PayPal mail, every so often for the number of pre-roll ads that had been sold against our media. So you can do the same thing with Audible, you can do the same thing with other video sites. You don't necessarily have to have a sponsor, you just have to have enough of an audience that other people are willing to pay to get in front of them, which is it's its whole insidious way to make money, and we've been doing it in this country that way for more than 100 years. So that's why your media ends up in that ecosystem.
And I think, and a lot of the bombs kind of falling on even that right now is the discussion. So I think the integrated ad, something where it's integrated in the show, and we just randomly talk about Slice on Broadway just because we dig the pizza, and then the guys on the show, even like the guy in Poughkeepsie, New York, and in San Antonio, Texas, are like creatively plugging the thing throughout the week and on other shows that we don't even officially are plugging the sponsor on, and it's just integrated. And now we have somebody in Portland that's like tweeting us about Slice on Broadway or something, like stuff like that. God bless you. It's just, you need to be able to talk to your audience. You can't just support. Like, I don't want a Squarespace. I don't want an Audible. I want our sponsors that we believe in, that our audience is going to get. And I know that's going to have more weight. We still have to prove it to some of these people, but I think that's the way you're going to need to go.
And then it's funny you mentioned Squarespace. Just to take it to like the top level of what's possible in podcasting these days. The Mark Maron podcast, when President Obama was in there, if you notice, the very first thing he says on it is brought to you without commercial interruption by Squarespace. So,
Right.
I mean, there are businesses that are investing in podcasts, and they see them as a legitimate media delivery system for their own sponsored message. So, if you are interested in creating media and you can build an audience for that media first, that's the first step. You have to make something that people actually want to spend the time to listen to or watch on a regular basis, and they have to know that you're going to be reliable and consistent with it, and they'll come back to you and listen to that on a regular basis. But once you prove that's there, that's available, you have sponsors who will then say, we want a piece of that. We want to get in front of your people. We want your data as well. And you, as the creator, now get to decide, do I want to open the gate and let sponsors have access to these people who trusted me with the media? It's a double-edged sword because you need to stay in business, or at least you need to cover your costs. But at the same time, you don't want to necessarily send your sheep to the wolves. So you may want to figure out early on how you feel about that before you dive in.
One good example, it's not podcasting, but anybody familiar with Penny Arcade in here? I believe the story is they accidentally gave their rights to somebody else when they were trying to figure out publishing and advertising and stuff, and they had to fight to get all their the rights to their old stuff back.
Well, so yeah, that's the other issue too.
If
If you're creating digital media and you're putting it online, make sure that you know who owns that media. You know, every tweet is yours, but other people can also share that media without your consent. Every video you put...
Doug, didn't you end up in a book that way? Didn't we just talk about?
We did just talk about that. Just to touch on the sponsorship thing really quick. One of the issues that I run into is I can't have a brewery sponsor us because then they're not going to get an unbiased opinion.
Right.
And that's one thing that we've always been very strong about. We've said that the show is a deficit podcast because we can't have sponsorships in that way. There have been restaurants that have said, hey, can you guys sponsor us? But in the end, it's just it's a glorified commercial, and it's places that we go to that really we don't believe in them. And that's one of the big things. We want to keep it local too, but we want to make sure we actually like your food, we like your service, and it's not just some place that's throwing us money to kind of save face publicly. And yes, I was mentioned a very weird way that I found this out. So a friend of mine sends me this tweet and says, did you know you're in a book? You've been quoted. And they use your Twitter account. Now, if you've seen my Twitter account, at Douglas Sturda, Friday nights, Saturday nights, they can get a little interesting on there, especially after we've done a couple shows. So the first thing in my mind is there's over 60,000 tweets. I can only imagine what's probably in this book that I haven't seen yet that someone in my family is going to pick up and show it to my family. This is going to get good. And it ended up being, because I'm originally from Erie, it was a comment I made about the Rust Belt, and the book, I believe, was about the Rust Belt, or somewhere in there. But it's the fact that one of my tweets was used in a book. The author never said, hey, I'm going to use this. Not that they have to, but it would have been good to know so I could possibly promote the book. But yeah, it was a public tweet that was out there, and anyone could just take it and put it into a book and see it in Barnes & Noble.
So now your account is private, right?
It used to be. I opened it back up again just to see what would happen. And I've had a lot more fun with
So
it.
put Doug in your book.
But I have multiple accounts, so.
And so let me ask of the two of you. So we've talked a little bit about monetization. How did, in John's case, how did you actively grow your audience? Like, what are you doing to go out and find and incite new people to come in the door to listen to your podcast? Where does it go?
Yeah, it might be different now. At the time, the audience there was a small built-in podcast audience. Podcamp might have been one of the best things we did to grow an audience. There have been waves of podcasting, and podcasting is now internationally known. But at the time, a lot of the listeners were also creators or would become creators. We don't really know. We organically grew an audience that our efforts to proactively find an audience really didn't pan out. We did a lot of live shows.
I remember those actually.
The live shows were really popular, and the club owners always wanted us to come back and do more shows. They were popular, but they didn't get us any spike in audience because the people that came out to a live show at a club were not geeky enough at the time to listen to podcasts at the time.
Yeah, you were ahead of the curve.
When we started out, I think Podcamp definitely helped us get our name out there, but we would do a lot of live events too, and at the time people just weren't on the mobile devices, so they weren't writing down what our show was. They'd come out and say, hey, yeah, all right, yeah, you've got some podcast thing, and that was it. So live events didn't help us so much with growing our audience, but it got us more comfortable doing live events. So that down the road, when we started doing Beer Fest and started doing conventions, we were more organized, we were more comfortable in front of the microphone. And then we found out that all it takes is one mention in a magazine, or in our case, someone gets a hold of our YouTube video and puts it on a beer forum, and we get 17 pages of hate that people all of a sudden decide, hey, this is what these guys are talking about. And that was in 2007. So now it's a lot easier with Facebook, and with this, Google Plus is huge for us, actually. The network that apparently nobody else is using, but beer drinkers and wrestlers.
And podcasters.
It's a good
podcasters.
Yeah, podcasters.
Shout out to Podcast Group Therapy.
Everyone seems to be, our crowd seems to be on Google Plus, so we make a post and it goes all over, because we found that's where our community is. There's not a lot of ads on there. They can go get their information, talk to other people that are beer geeks, and that definitely helps us grow.
And so when you're doing a show, are you thinking about how it's going to be promoted as you're preparing to do the show?
I have a set list of where I'm going to promote everything made ahead of time. So I think about the show with, okay, for this platform, I need to have this kind of shot taken. If I'm going to do video, if I'm doing audio, I keep in mind the different outlets that I have for it. There's a lot that goes into planning a show, especially when it's just one person doing it now. When there was two of us that were doing it, we could kind of pass the work off. And that's why there's been a pause in between shows, is because of the time it takes for me to get a show together, get interviews lined up, and get everything done, and then actually get the show out. So there's a lot of that goes into the process. It's not just turning on a microphone and then just talking about it. There's who am I going to promote this with, who do I need to get in contact with, and planning the whole show.
And on your end, I feel like you make so much media. When do you have time to plan it or promote it?
Planning? What? No, actually, we've been trying to get a little better about the planning, especially in the wrestling show lately, because we realized this is just an unwielding topic, and we get so many different people involved, we just kind of had to rein it in at a certain point. So that's been kind of the discussion lately, and kind of figuring out, okay, no, these are the topics we're doing, this is this segment. We can't just say, so what happened this week? Because then we did that for the longest time, and sometimes we would be getting more organized and fall back in that trap again, because we've done it so long. And again, how many people are involved in the show? I don't even know. Because we just bring people in, and it's always, and they're maybe not, they just kind of want to come on and talk about wrestling, is maybe their motivation. But we have to step back and say, no, we have to make sure this has a certain level of quality, so we kept getting more of you guys. You know what I mean?
So you're brand conscious as you're doing it. You know what your audience expects.
Yeah. Well, we know to get more audience, it needs to be at a certain level. But we also know our brand of how we talk about wrestling is not the mass way of doing it. We know Justin LeBar, the Chair Shot Reality here, he's talking to a very mass audience, even when he's talking about versus how we talk about it.
There's a difference between most wrestling podcasts who approach it as news items, and we like to think that our podcast approaches it as fans.
We have deep conversations about men in spandex.
Sometimes we do.
Yes.
And there's a market for that.
Yeah, exactly.
As that wolf whistle just proved, there is.
So there are podcasts out there that have actual consistent every single week. They have a new wrestler on. They talk to them. They're their guests, and they approach it like they're covering news. We get together with our friends and talk about wrestling, and that somehow has persisted through 10 years of doing this.
As far as kind of the gamut of the many things that we do, so that's how we do that. It's basically okay, what are the two big topics we're going to talk about? He does a big question, and we turn that into a contest thing, and I give away. Thankfully, I have the indie wrestling stuff, so I can give away a digital download every week. So that's kind of our trying to get new people involved in that way. But then we're getting a guest every week for Indie Mayhem Show, which I split that with my friend in San Antonio, who's becoming an announcer for a promotion down there. So now we're not just getting people in Pittsburgh, that I interact with. We're getting people down there, and we get some decent names every once in a while. And it helps that we have friends in the wrestling industry that are on TV now.
Yeah.
They come back every once in a while, and that's really nice.
So basically, to answer your question, word of mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's because you were asking about promotion, right?
There we go, once upon a
And
time.
preparation. And preparation.
Yeah. How many Twitter accounts do you run?
Oh, geez, I counted the other day in Hootsuite. Because I see each podcast, I mean, there's
75 is the ballpark
at least
answer for how many.
20.
Yeah.
Between clients and podcasts is the biggest one. There's like at least 20. And then there's my dog and my cat. And so, I mean, you know, we're out there. And then there's that Spanish wrestler that just Google translated everything to. Yeah.
So the act of creating the media is time consuming. And it's
Oh,
something, as you're creating media, you've got to set that aside.
And also, as far as promotion, my Wednesday is all processing and setting up tweets and everything for everything we did Tuesday night. Like, that's almost entirely my Wednesday at this point, as far as my business day.
You need interns at this stage to
Yes.
run the semi-automated parts of your production company.
That's what I'm going to. That's what I'm really wanting to get to.
I just invented a fake intern for my show. That seemed to take care of the problem.
I don't know that would.
Whenever anything just doesn't go out, it's well, it's intern
The
space.
best when you,
Uber for interns, I think is the idea that we just got.
The problem with fake interns is you spend more time managing them.
That's true, yeah. You need an intern to self-manage.
and then they start arguing with your underground hobo character also on Twitter, and you just lose an afternoon, right?
Yes.
So the point is that not only though do you need time to produce, but you need time to promote. It needs to be structured.
Because-
And if you're not doing it, you're making media that no one's going to see.
Sreevasan, I'm probably mispronouncing that.
He's making up words.
I'm not making up words. He's a guy that was here at Point Park. He's a communications and social media guy up at the Met in New York, and he was here talking. And I remember he was saying, "Hey, you know what the best way for nobody to see your video? Make it and tweet it once."
Yeah.
Because there's so much noise. So we could just sit and do a podcast and hope somebody shows up, but you have to stop doing that. That's something I'm trying to get some of the other guys making shows in our network. It's like, great, you did it. You realize all the stuff I have to do to support the thing that you did, and make sure you're putting it out, you know? Because the thing that kills me is when you have co-hosts that don't, if my co-host friends don't know they do a podcast with me, that's a problem.
Well, and I want to actually touch on that real quick because and then kick it to Doug, but I was talking to someone who I thought was my friend yesterday. She totally is. But we were standing at the icebreaker, and she was asking questions about things that I have been fairly blatant about on Facebook recently, and she had no idea these things were happening. So when you think that you're creating media and you're putting it out there and you're using Facebook or Twitter or the other tools, and you're following all the best practices, and you think, well, you know, I've got, say, I have 6,000 Twitter followers. So if I tweet something, do all 6,000 of them see it? Well, no. If you look at the analytics, usually about between 200 and 300 of them will actually, quote unquote, see what's available. So Facebook's algorithm is the same way. You think people are seeing everything you're sharing, only a small percentage of them are seeing everything. So what you might think of as over-promoting yourself is only over-promotion to that small sliver of people who are already seeing it the first time. The reality is they're never going to see it unless you promote and promote.
This is a conversation because Will's like, you know how many times I see a tweet from you?
Yeah.
Like, because he follows all of my accounts. I'm like, yeah, but
I'm the only one
No,
who
no,
will
no.
see all of these tweets.
yeah, and so it's like, I apologize, but I need to reach everybody else that isn't following everybody.
Exactly, yeah.
So I want to take do you have something specific you want to throw?
So my day job is actually a digital marketing manager. So back in the day, well, 4 or 5 years ago, we always said, just tweet out once or twice because you don't want to seem like you're being spammy. And now, today, we're like, forget everything we told you 3 or 4 years ago, because it is the same case. And I was telling Sorg about this, that on our Facebook page, we have a few thousand followers. I made a post, 9 people saw it. Now, if I throw some cash, all of a sudden 2,500 people are going to see it.
Or if you put that message in a video.
Or if you put it in a video. So there's a lot of tricks to it, and every day part of my job is I look at my Facebook ads, I look at Google Analytics, I'm looking at Twitter Analytics, I'm looking at all this stuff to figure out what works, what doesn't work. And really, there is no simple formula to it. Just if you are going to tweet stuff out, don't do the same tweet like 3 or 4 times in a row. Feel free to do it over and over again, but kind of mix it up a little bit too. And that's what's helped out our shows. Or my show. I have to get used to saying my show because it's only me now.
It's you in the world, Doug.
Thank you, Mike.
It's you in the world.
And you, because you're my other
Beer's your
subscriber,
friend.
I'm sure.
Damn, I lost my point I was going to put there. Oh, yeah, and the other end of that, if you're promoting, yeah, get that out there, but make sure you got good content at the other end of that link too, when it shows up. So.
Yeah, and the last point to make, I think, about Facebook is you're at the mercy of Facebook's algorithm. So as we've been talking about, for example, you'll say something and Facebook decides to whom it's going to be relevant. So to Doug's point, maybe you start figuring out what works really well and you start promoting those kinds of things specifically. Maybe photos are doing really well for you, so you start making a lot of photos from your media, or certain kinds of quotes. When Facebook realizes that other people are gaming the system, just like Google does the search engine algorithm, they change it. So what worked for you a couple months ago suddenly stops working for you. Or they start strangulating the organic reach. So you're reaching fewer and fewer live human beings, and Facebook is expecting that you will instead invest in paid advertisements. That's how they stay in business. So as we saw in Keynote, there's less and less options to be seen, and now Facebook is in control of how it gets seen and if. So I want to kick this to the audience in 2 more questions, but I wanted to open this up real quick here. What are the tech setups that you use? For anybody who's out there who's wondering, is there specific microphones or specific cameras, specific media that you need or would recommend that they use, programs?
Are we just
you know,
talking
you guys
about,
have a lot to think about.
you know, just attend my
Why don't you
video
two make a
podcasting
note over
world?
there of the 10 things you'll mention?
You use a lot
But
less.
I use a lot less because I don't.
He's just
He has a
audio.
whole studio set.
I mean, I
panel
have
right
a
is
video,
just
so I kind of have a bit.
right. Yeah, I have one microphone which is very similar to this one. I have a flexible boom mic because I have one desk.
So you look fancy on the video
So I look
podcast.
fancy on the video podcast, yeah, and I use Audacity, and that's it.
Yeah, that's all you need. That's really all you need. I mean, there's
I've got a nice desktop computer that does everything I need it to do, and that's my version of it.
I'm in the process of teaching somebody the podcast on his own. He's very mobile. I'm like, just get a blue snowball mic. I said it right, and on Audacity
I don't
or
think he did. It's Blue Yeti.
No, this is another one too.
Oh, okay.
No, I've been calling it blue ball lately for some reason. Anyways, but no, you just need that. Plug it in. Use Audacity, or if you're lucky enough to have a Mac, GarageBand is amazing, and that's really all you need. And you just need the time to get skilled at those programs and skilled about talking to a microphone and confident. Like that's the software you need in the long run.
wow, that was the move of the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. I enjoyed that. I hope you all took a picture. But you're right. That you don't need a whole lot of upfront investment. But what's interesting though is John and you guys had a massive investment upfront, and it worked, right? Like the show looked and sounded amazing.
What did we buy?
I don't know. You had an entire room that was dedicated to podcasting, and you're.
We did, well, my partner was DJ at the time, so, but we did have.
It's nice when you can co-op that.
Yeah, we did have professional audio equipment, and that's the biggest thing I would say is invest in a good mic.
Is there anything else that makes the process easier that is worth investing in upfront? Like, is there? I hate to say shortcuts or hacks, but is there anything that you think would save someone a lot of time?
Yeah, well, if you have a boyfriend who's a DJ.
That's actually really good advice, ladies and gentlemen. So, okay. Doug, is anything different?
When we started out, we used a webcam, basically, and tried to rip the audio off of that. That's why our first 5 or 6 shows really sounded like we were recording in a box, because it was a $15 webcam, 'cause we really didn't know what we were doing with it. And thanks to places like Podcamp, or events like Podcamp, we figured out, the basics for getting into audio. And I've learned a lot from Sorg too, just some little tricks here and there. And then that progressed into, we actually bought a mixer, we bought professional microphones, and realized that that is a pain in the butt to take on location with you, because you're taking this huge box and you've got expensive equipment and laptops, and people are spilling beer everywhere. And water, and it became a nightmare. So now the way I have my setup is I still have the microphones in the mixer in case I want to use that, but I just fire up my laptop and I get my webcam going. I have a H4n handheld recorder. I plug that in and I record on Google Hangouts. And the great thing about this is after you do your show, as I hang out online or hang out live, you can actually download that video off of your YouTube account and then strip the audio out. And I've got an audio show, I've got a video show, and I can edit it all at one time.
That's how we've added so many shows, because all of our friends, like, we're just like, don't just go. I show them the Google Hangout how to do that, and all of a sudden we have all these new shows, and it's like, hey, we started a game show. I'm like, you did, but no, that's
well, Hangouts has been fantastic for me because I can get interviews with brewers from all over the country. We have pretty much HD video quality going. Most of them will plug right in, and that's the key thing for Hangouts. Is
You're very dependent on
wireless.
Yeah, you're very dependent on the guest on that. And as far as the video side, I think we covered mostly for audio. Like I have a lot that I've really kind of packed together over these years, but really like to get started on a video podcast kind of thing like that, Google Hangout is like most of the things I do in my studio with like how many computers do I have? Like 6, 7?
Like 6, 7, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And
I don't know what you use them all.
Look, you came in, like,
You
what
only
does that
use
do?
like 2.
Well, I mean, we used to use all of them.
He's playing Minecraft.
Right.
Backups, the Minecraft servers over there.
I mean, you tell me
But most of that stuff that I do there is taken care of with Google Hangout, and I think that's just a killer app, and apparently not for Google Plus anymore.
But when you're saying Google Hangout, are you attaching any external cameras to it, or is it just the built-in webcam from the
well, you can.
everyone's?
I mean, you can make that fancy. You have to do. I don't know if they have support for. I don't know. They're doing fancy stuff back there with it, but you know. I think you can't plug in like a FireWire or something, but like you can get a good USB camera webcam, which you can pay like $200 for a webcam to get a really decent
Oh, yeah.
HD one, sure. But I always tell people, you know, okay, hey, you got a laptop within the last like 3 years, right? It has a webcam. You can plug in a mic to it. Spend $50 on a blue snowball, and you're ready for a video show.
Yeah, you know,
To start.
when we were doing Something to Be Desired and the Baristas, we were filming it all on these little mini DVs. So this is how long ago.
And you were editing it on like a Power Mac G4,
Oh,
like
yeah.
still in 2011.
Yep, like Final Cut Express or something,
Yeah.
or iMovie, yeah. So the cost of entry to creating media keeps getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and the quality of the media you could produce with these out-of-the-box. There's a movie that came out this year called Tangerine that is getting rave reviews for a number of reasons. One of them is the cinematography. It was filmed on an iPhone.
I used to drag, we did New York Comic Con in 2011, and I dragged, over in room C is like probably the biggest camera I have, and I dragged that around the floor, and it was so heavy, my shoulder was killing me. And then I did the Gathering of Juggalos a few weeks ago. And I brought, Katie actually let me borrow her phone with a pink life-proof case so I can survive the ICP Fago battle. And that's all I used to film. And I think it looks better than most of the stuff, what it does, because it was SD back in 2011. But it just looks amazing. I could stand to buy a better mic for my phone, but it's HD, like you have everything in your hands.
It's also worth mentioning that, like, to do a good podcast, you don't need to do video.
No,
I mean,
absolutely
the
not.
top podcasts on the internet right now are not video podcasts, they're all audio. Mark Maron is not doing video, technically. IFC hired him to sort of do a video podcast, but I think that's a different animal.
No, it's true. And when you think about how people are consuming media too, right? To watch video, you have to sit there and pay attention to it. But to listen to audio, this is where your whole commuter audience comes in.
And your cubicle audience.
Yes, things you can hide easily at work. That's where it comes in. So
This Week in Tech has $1 million studio in Paddledome. I've seen it. It's freaking beautiful. But he was just on there the other day talking about Leo Laporte on there from Old Tech TV and Tech Guy Radio. He still has a radio show, by the way. You want to point that out. He's doing all the podcasts, but he still has a terrestrial radio show that he podcasts. And they were talking, I was like, we have all this stuff, we have all this great stuff, sets and everything, but still, the majority of our audience is listening to audio. So, I mean, I think there's a little bit of investment on that. I don't know where the payoff is, you know, in that kind of case. So, I mean, for us, our numbers, we don't do anything.
Our payoff is friendship, sort of.
when you're paid in love, it's all worth the investment.
Yeah,
But-
exactly.
One of the cool things too with using, I want to talk about like very inexpensive tools. The really cool thing with Hangouts also is if you have 2 laptops set up, which normally I do for a lot of my shows, you can actually switch between screens and make it look like you've got an expensive video setup that you're cut between all these different cameras, when all it is I've got 4 laptops in front of me, 2 of which I have to borrow from my friends to say I'm doing a show, so I can cut in between and have a website on this one. I could do a live interview with somebody on this one. It's just each screen set up so it looks like a high-end production when it's just me at my dining room table with 4 laptops. It's got lower thirds too, which is really cool.
And you can add your own lower thirds that like you make, so it's not just the
For the folks in the room who have no idea what that is, what is that?
That's the title graphic. It says, "Hi, I'm Mike Sorg" at the bottom.
All right, so the question I'm going to come back to you guys at the end for is, we've been doing this for 9 years now. Where do you think it's going to be? when we're at Podcamp Pittsburgh 20, God bless us all. But I'm not going to ask you guys to answer that yet. What I'm going to do is open this up to the audience, because I know that we're only talking about things here. I've seen some hands moving around, and I'm wondering, tentative hands, tentative. Hand by the camera that I can definitely see. Yes, sir, would you like to stand up and shout your question at us?
I sure would. And I don't know much about like podcasts and everything. I'm trying to get into it, but I was wondering, would you say that it's a bad idea to, let's say on Twitter, tag or tweet to multiple podcasts that are similar, like the wrestling, the Mayhem show? Like if you tweet something, is it not a good idea to tweet other shows that are similar to that?
When you say, okay, so to repeat the question in case you're not hearing it in the back, the question is it a good idea or a bad idea to go onto a site like Twitter and tweet at the other media creators who are producing media like you?
Like, are you somebody making a podcast, or are you trying to like get them to see something or talk to them, or
Well, as a
whatever?
podcaster, what you tweet is basically your competition.
Oh,
Yeah, that's kind of.
I know a lot tweet us.
Yeah, I'm not sure how like competition works with a podcast, because I assume you can listen to it whenever you want, so it's not like you're competing against each other at the same time.
Well, you actually, if you're talking about competition, you're still competing for the same 24 hours.
Yeah, technically, you're competing with everybody for attention. But well, I mean, there's different takes on that. Like I remember early on MySpace, which I believe you were talking about earlier, that lovely site. We were on there, and there was another site called Monday Night Mayhem, and like I like friended them, and they're like, you better cut it out with that Mayhem stuff. Like they own the name or something. I'm like, okay, we didn't even know you existed, but okay. I interact with a lot of other ones, like on Monday night during Raw, because some of them are just funny, and I love interacting with them. And you kind of hope maybe we expose us to their audience. And you also got to think, there's some people that listen to nothing but wrestling podcasts. I listen to almost nothing but technology podcasts. I mean, and you're getting different flavors and different conversations with the same topic. So I believe, and actually I'm reaching out and trying to get other people of similar podcasts to come on and like, hey, come on and talk with us, and we'll get on your show, just get a little different flavors. I just love getting different opinions on the subject matters, right? I think we're too small to really care that much about competition and stuff. The medium is too small, and like I believe in the kind of everybody helping each other out and kind of growing together, not maybe as a network, but as just in general, because we're all kind of trying to figure this out, no matter even if you're a bigger wrestling podcast or anything like that, So I mean,
I've collaborated with quite a few other beer shows, and what I've found out is that we don't see it as competition so much, because it's just a bunch of friends just hanging out, talking about beer, drinking beer, and it's the way that our shows are set up is it's mostly based on demographics. So people listen to my show because I'm based in Pittsburgh. People listen to I believe the Beerish because they're down in Austin. So we're all over the country. So we're not really fighting for too much. I guess we're fighting for airtime, for people to listen to us. But our fans and the core group of listeners are all based around where we live. People might want to hear what's going on in Pittsburgh, so they'll listen to me. They want to hear what's going on in Austin or Chicago, they'll listen to other shows. So, and they like when there's that crossover, because then we can kind of get our audiences moved around to the different areas. But the other thing with craft beer, though, is craft beer isn't available to everyone in the country. Like what we make in Pittsburgh isn't available to too many states outside our surrounding areas, and the same thing with Texas and California. So people will listen just to hear what else is going on in other places.
And the other element here too is, what are you asking of them when you approach them? And what's the expectation you're setting up in their minds? Because if you're asking them to promote your show, they may be disinclined to do that because it may take attention away from them. If you're contacting them to point out that your show exists, that's a different story. Or if you're contacting them as a peer to sort of promote what they're doing, they may appreciate that. If you think about it from a blogging perspective, most smaller blogs start to grow when they reach out to larger bloggers and link back to them and say, hey, we exist, can we write for you? So there's that.
That's kind of the inspiration, was the whole guest blogger idea. I was like kind of a guest podcaster guest. So I mean, it's more natural, I feel, on a podcast.
So the question, I think, the long and short answer is, both to your audience and to your fellow podcasters and media creators, when you reach out to them, what's in it for them? when you contact them, what is your expectation of how you want them to respond? And I think if you're doing it out of the good nature of your own heart, then that's great. If you're doing it simply to provoke, that would be, I would disabuse you of that notion. That's not a great idea.
Well, certainly in the early days, there was a lot of guest podcasting. We were on your show, you've been on our show, I was on your show, one of them, as two different characters. I think that really it was just a community, and like Justin said, if you are doing it to promote, be careful. But what you're hearing is that there's enough difference usually in the two shows that there could be a crossover and a shared audience. If, on the other hand, you're just starting out and another show is doing basically exactly what you're doing but better, then I probably wouldn't tweet to them just yet. But I think there's something to be said for friendly competition, for learning from your competition.
Yeah, you really want the help of someone who's not you to look at what you're doing and let you know how it's coming across. I think that's very important. Because you might think your show is either amazing, or you might think your show is terrible. And you start to promote it to people and get it in front of them, and you find out that it's actually the exact opposite. So find a couple friends whose opinions you totally trust, and a couple strangers who will be totally upfront with you, and ask them, is this working? Is this legit? If you saw this, is this something you would want to take time away from watching Inside Out or The Walking Dead to listen to or watch? Right?
Are those the last two things you watched?
Yes. This morning, together. It was really, I couldn't sleep. Any other questions out there from the folks who are pondering? Lots of hands. Yes, gentleman with baseball cap.
So I like to go back to the equipment question, because I think the theory is on YouTube, people accept a fuzzy video, but the audio has to be great.
True.
Right? And so now, Mike, you mentioned this blue ball microphone or whatever you call it.
I see what you did.
It's been plaguing me for like 2 months.
I'm trying to give you a layup there. But yeah. Anyways, is that something that actually would sound reasonable, or do you recommend direct microphones? Because if it's an audio podcast only, you don't have the fuzzy video. You have to have good audio. Would you say?
And, and I think like those USB microphones, I think are. I mean, I'm not an audio technician by any means, but I think for getting you started, I think they're tremendous, and you upgrade from there. You
don't need a soundproof room. You don't need like a completely high-end rig. What you do need, though, whether you're doing audio or video, is you're right when you pointed out people will accept substandard video quality as long as they can hear what's going on. Right. And we've been saying this literally since Podcamp Boston one, but people will look past a shaky image or questionable graphics as long as the story is clear and understandable and they can hear it in such a way that it doesn't create additional questions for them. I mean, it's funny how your mind will fill in what's missing from the video. But they've done experiments where they reverse this, and they have pristine video, but you can't make out the audio, and people flip out. And it's because for whatever reason, our brains are more content to put up with a fuzzy image, probably because our eyes are somehow less developed in the ear.
Look at some of the earlier Podcamp Pittsburgh session videos we have up on YouTube. It's that exact thing in practice.
And look at the video bloggers who make it good too.
No. I mean, I think especially if you're starting out, unless you're like, I'm definitely going to do this, and this is something that's going to happen, and I'm going to put money into it. My big thing is, I don't want people to not get started with a thing because they think they need more money to get started. And I believe you should lower the barrier. And again, I keep saying, you have this in your hand. I'm thinking periscoping to the internet, We could have just have everybody periscope everything and not even use Google Hangout this weekend, Like that's, the technology's in our hands at that point. And I think, I know you're kind of concerned with quality and everything, and I think if that is a sticking point, definitely kind of get a little more expensive one. But get the Yeti instead of the blue snowball. I mean, it's like $50 more, right? And it's a good one. I know Norm Hulsman has one. The stuff sounds great off of that thing. And but I mean, they're made for podcasting, and you don't have to worry about a board and all this other stuff. And I know you're concerned with doing a little more interesting things sound-wise from discussions we've had. So you might be interested in a board because you want something more complex. Then at that point, skip the blue snowball, skip everything else, get a decent. MXL is a good brand. Behringer is a good brand. Behringer is really they're cheaper but decent quality. I've had a lot of stuff. I run wrestling shows and podcasts. That's why I have in my studio. except for Randall Elisis, that somebody gave me that we swapped out. But no, I think that's fine. You know, it kind of depends on your goals.
Let's let Doug have it in.
In fact, if you go to, I believe it's Guitar Center out in Robinson, those guys out there love talking about how you can get into podcasting with their equipment. I've talked to them several times because I want to upgrade my mixer so I can start doing other things and bring in other audio sources. And they'll say, if you're doing podcasting, here's what you need. And the mixer is, you can get between $100 $200. And you want a decent one that's going to have several. I told them how many possible inputs I'm going to have into it, how many microphones and other sources. And they said the same thing. If you want the Blue Snowball, think about that now every time I say that. They have,
It's scary.
they have the Snowball and they also have the Yeti out there. And it's usually in stock, and those are around $60 to $80, maybe $100 for some. But yeah, go out, definitely talk to those guys because they really geek out about stuff like this.
And then practice. If you can help it, don't release your first show. In fact, I would recommend, if you're really concerned about it, if you're going into this with worried about the first impression the general public's going to have of you, do a couple practice episodes. If you're going to do an interview show, for example, interview a friend of yours or someone that you already know that you're comfortable talking to, so you're not contacting strangers to interview them as your first show. Like, work your way up to a level of confidence and quality in what you're doing, that when you do release that first show, it might actually be your 5th or your 10th, but you've worked out those bugs and those kinks early on so that other people's first impression of you isn't, oh, this is someone who's just learning how this works. It already sounds at this point like, oh, this person knows what they're doing. I don't mean be perfect. I don't mean you have to nail it, but you have to not sound tentative and worried and concerned because it's not going to carry.
Yeah, I would say to add to that, think about the podcasts that you already listen to. And it's just like writing. If you're going to be a writer, you need to read a lot. If you're going to be a podcaster, you should listen to podcasts. Think about the podcasts that you absolutely love and what makes those good. What makes those the podcasts that you love, and then try to incorporate those elements. I'm not saying like straight up steal segments, but like the delivery and the way that the show is structured and things like that, and incorporate those into your podcast. Learn from the people who are already doing it successfully.
All right, we have time for one more question, then we're going to wrap, so you guys can get to the next room. Is there one more question? If there's not, we'll just start around here. It's like a fake hand. Yes, gentleman with the backwards baseball cap.
Starting a podcast, I have a PC. What would be a good program to use just to kickstart?
Audacity.
It's free. Yeah.
What's that?
Audacity.
It's free and it's got all the bells and whistles you'll need.
Right.
And there's a billion resources to learn how to use it.
Yeah, look on YouTube to get the tutorials for any of the programs you're starting out with, to get all the hacks for them up front, so you can save yourself a lot of time and a lot of mistakes and a lot of accidentally deleted podcasts.
Probably a good low end to get started if you want something a little more professional. I don't know what tier it's part of, but Audition with Adobe Audition. That's what we were using that from back when it was cool at it. Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Yeah, that's some MTS stuff there. No, if you want to get a little more pro than that, because the biggest thing with that, I think you can get into it, but the biggest thing is noise reduction. If you have some room noise, like I noise reduce everything because I just don't have a compressor. Like, I can't spend the hundreds of dollars for a compressor, so I just do it in software. It's a little tougher, I've found, with Audacity, but if you get the hang of it.
Yeah, if you're going to do an audio podcast, be very aware of where it's being recorded.
Right.
Be very aware of the background.
If you're
noise.
already pretty clean and don't need to do like any bells and whistles, you just need to put audio in and stuff and edit here and there and cut and paste. It's great.
All right, so gentlemen, we have 3 minutes left before it's runaway time, and that means that you still have to answer the question. I know you've been thinking about it. So 9 years ago, we were just some dudes in a room. 9 years later, look at us. We're dudes in a larger room. Where is podcasting going to be in your mind 9 years from now?
Virtual reality podcasting. I'm not entirely joking about that, because you got to think about that, because I mean, we already have that crazy Google GoPro camera happening, right? And at what point am I just going to be able to just get a bunch of iPhones, all my old iPhones just kind of tie together into a 3D camera, I mean, I really think that's, because we moved the video podcasting as an actual possibility now. And I think that whole kind of VR, like, you can be in my studio with me. There's my laundry over there, and there's, that maybe not quite as exciting, but I think there's a lot of experiences that can be in that. And but
I think it's so hard to predict because, I mean, looking at the devices we have now compared to the devices we had 10 years ago, you know, the way we consume media is it's at least faster, and it's more readily available, and there's of course a whole lot more of it. So hopefully, I don't know, in 20 years is an even bigger room, I guess.
Well, I remember it was Podcamp 3, I believe it was, where we made predictions also about what it was going to be like in 5 years. I think we were pretty dead on with that. We said things were going to go mobile. Looking towards the future, I pray to God it's a lot easier to subscribe to podcasts and listen to them if you're a PC user or an Android, because Stitcher's not really cutting it for me right now, and it seems like if you have a Mac device or an Apple device, you can listen to podcasts anywhere you go. So I'm hoping that down the road that I can just have an easy way to, if I turn on my TV, I can have podcasts available there. I can have it on my phone anywhere I go, on my radio, in my car, which who knows what those are going to be like then. But that you'll be able to get podcasts no matter where you go. I think we've seen the jump now where podcasting is considered a serious medium, especially with Mark Maron interviewing the president. I mean, that was a huge boost for us. And now people are taking notice, and cars that are going to be coming out, you'll have internet access. You're probably going to be able to get podcasting through there. So that's where I'm hoping to see it.
The average length for a podcast will be about 10 seconds, and they will create themselves.
I'm terrified that you're probably right.
Actually, they're working on this now. The host of the podcast will be a hologram sitting in the driver's seat of your self-driving Uber.
You know there is like a podcast app called Clamor that's 18-second audio files only.
I did not.
This is why you come to Podcamp, to learn these things.
Yeah.
And from my point of view, I've spent most of the time on the video side of podcasting. It's been interesting to watch how it's evolved. 10 years ago, those of us who were making serialized video content were hoping to get noticed. We're at the point now where the girls who were doing Broad City on YouTube a couple of years ago were lucky to get 100,000 views for their episodes, and they thought that was great. One of those viewers was Amy Poehler, who wound up getting the girls from Broad City on Comedy Central. So we're at a stage now where you can start doing web media and transition to those larger platforms. And I think in 10 years from now, you'll have people who can more easily start online and platform their way up without necessarily needing that intermediary of an Amy Poehler, because the ability to reach a larger audience and get validated by them is going to come not from Comedy Central, it's going to come from Facebooks that we don't even know exist yet. So I'm very curious to see what's going to happen in 10 years. Thank you all for coming. If you have more questions, we'll be making our way slowly out of this room.
When you go into even though they'll know what you're talking about. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. That's a blue ball. That's what it really is. Yes.
My name is
Okay, we're going to get started now with the next session. I feel very famous up here with all the lights and I can't see who's in the audience. I'm not using my outside voice. Good morning, Podcampers.
Good morning. Good morning.
There you go. Who had enough coffee so far? I can't see you waving your hands, but I believe you. I believe you. So.
Is there ever enough coffee?
There's never. They ran out of cream, so that's the problem. But.
Sometimes there's enough coffee for now.
Well, I had enough coffee, so we're going to get started and try to get you out of here on time. My name is Sue Kerr, and I am a local blogger. I'm a social worker and activist and many other kinds of words. And I feel like I graduated a Podcamp. This is my 7th time presenting in some capacity, and I've never been in the big room before. So thank you for making that happen. I'm pretty excited about that. I blog at Pittsburgh Lesbian Correspondence. This is my 10th year as a blogger, and I'm put together this panel to really examine one specific issue, which is how we use social media to engage the community. And in that sense, I'm talking about community building and actually doing some social justice work or whatever, however you would define that. I'm born and raised in Pittsburgh, and I don't know what else to tell you about me. I love soap operas, and I will be referencing them in my conversation. And to my surprise, there's only a handful of LGBT blogs in Western Pennsylvania and actually in the whole state. That's kind of shocking to me. But just to kind of get the acronyms out of the way, we'll probably be going back and forth depending on what our personal terms are. This isn't an LGBT-specific discussion, but we both happen to be part of that community, so that's what we're going to focus on. We did have some other panelists who unfortunately at the last minute had to cancel. But what we want to talk about are the universal issues that we learn from this. It's not just limited to the LGBT community. So by all means, feel free to ask any questions as we go along. I'll let Tara, my co-panelist, introduce herself.
Thank you, Sue. Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Tara Sherry Torres, and I am the owner and founder of a social innovator called Café con Leche here in Pittsburgh. Café con Leche connects Pittsburgh Latinos. We promote Latino culture in Pittsburgh, and we also create a space for dialogue. We have been hosting Latin pop-up events since January of 2014, so about a year and a half, and we've done just about 20 in 4 or 5 different neighborhoods around the city. We also do a lot of, are beginning to and have started to do a lot of digital media, so we often put out videos of our events so we can continue the engagement of what's happening in the space. I also have a blog where I publish a different story or just highlighting something different in the Latin community here in Pittsburgh on our blog, just to kind of push it out again to the community and really trying to get at the visibility of the Pittsburgh Latino population and really trying to educate people around what it means to be Latino, especially in a city that doesn't have a traditional Latin population. This past June, I actually held Pittsburgh's first Latin Pride, LGBTQ Pride event, which was really exciting for a lot of reasons as well. So a lot of my experiences are definitely going to be much more Latin focused. I have a couple of examples of, some are queer and some are not, of just ways people have used, people of color, Latin people, LGBTQ people, and that intersection have used social media and hashtags to further a couple of different movements and a couple of different ideas. So I'll be referencing them as we're speaking. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York. Actually, today I moved to Pittsburgh 8 years ago. So this is my 8-year anniversary here in Pittsburgh. And I'm just really happy to be here, and I thank Sue Kerr for letting me, and I think we can just kind of get it underway.
Okay. Well, we're going to start by talking about what it means to actually talk about a lived experience. Has anyone heard that term before used? Again, I don't know why I'm asking this, I can't see you, but I'll take it. We'll just jump into that conversation because we want to really focus on connecting to people's everyday reality. And that's really what a lived experience is that you're talking about someone's actual authentic experience of life. And it's kind of just separated from the way an experience is interpreted. So when you see the gay community, for example, interpreted in media, a lot of people might think of shows like Will and Grace, or even like Ellen DeGeneres or others, and those are not necessarily realistic. I'm sure you all are shocked by that fact, and it's important to understand that any individual person has their own reality, and that they experience it, and that it's we want to try to capture that authentically. And it's also not filtering what people are saying. So it's by recognizing the complexity of somebody's identity and their experiences, and also voicing what they have to say without putting some sort of editing role, which can happen a lot in a blogging context. And I wanted to, Tara, just ask you, why is it important that we talk about lived experiences when we're describing a community?
Well, I think media is a powerful tool in which we receive all of our news, but the media is ultimately a filter of what we would call a lived experience. And so it's important that people tell their own stories, and in order to tell their own stories that people can hear, it's important for them to have a platform.
And what happens with that platform?
Well, the platform, again, is amplifies, as your blog is correctly named. I think it really then is able to, I don't want to say it's going to ever drown out media. There's a lot of money that goes into traditional media such as MSNBC. I shouldn't call out specific channels. They're all great. All journalists are great. All media channels are great. But it's an alternative to really getting news in a different way that's more authentic, that allows you to think critically about what a person might be experiencing. It also speaks to the intersectionality of an individual. So whereas the media, as journalists, often will focus on a specific story, issue, topic within a larger story, that isn't really giving you the full structural, the full environment that that person is currently living in. And so when you're able to actually access someone's written story or words through social media or through other means of technology, you're getting the authentic voice, and you're understanding, oh, well, this person may live in a rural area, they may be gay, and they may also have a disability. It's a very different story than just learning about that person's disability or what that person might identify in terms of their sexual orientation.
I think also with the LGBTQ community in particular, what's useful about social media is the degree of anonymity, or the fact that you can set a limit on your privacy so that people can participate without necessarily being named. That's been a real challenge with traditional media, requiring people to use their actual legal name, and that doesn't translate into people's everyday experiences. Their legal name may not even actually be their real name, so to speak. And one of the things that's great is that people can create these accounts and share their experiences and still have the comfort of not necessarily being out, if that's the challenge that they face or whatever the reason they feel to maintain their privacy.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we were sort of speaking about this morning, and I think what's interesting also when you think about groups that maybe, let's say, we'll say marginalized for the purposes of this panel, when you think of groups that have traditionally been marginalized, or perhaps their stories have not been told in authentic ways through traditional media, and when I say we, I use the royal we of marginalized populations, have been able to create other means of communication. So I was thinking about back in the 70s, I believe, or the 60s, of the bandanas that gay men would wear. And the bandanas would be different colors, and the different colors signified different identities or emotions, or the way that somebody might be feeling that night, or anything like that. And you would never have to speak to people, but people in the know, people in the community would look at you and they would see your bandana and they would understand who you were, what you were representing, and how you were feeling in that moment. And I think technology has allowed us to take these traditional, and there's so many other examples, that's one example, but there's so many other examples within people of color communities throughout history, as well as sexual orientation and gender communities of all different kinds. There's so many examples of this type of communication. And what technology and social media has enabled us to do is to take it to a whole new level. So now we're really able to reach people out in places that you wouldn't even know existed, or that they never even thought that they would ever be able to get out of because it's so remote, or they don't have resources to even own a car to get out on social media. They can just get a Wi-Fi signal. And you know, smartphones and technology still has, of course, its barriers, but it's definitely a lot more accessible now. And so people are able to gain access to these conversations in ways that they could never, ever gain access before.
Do you have an example of how you have personally used social media to share lived experience?
Yes. Well, I think for Café con Leche, specifically for Pittsburgh, when the concept of Café con Leche came to me first many years ago, it was really coming out of the fact that I myself am Latina and Puerto Rican, and I just really didn't know, there was no community here for me to connect with, and I really felt a disconnect between my culture and my everyday life, and that was problematic for me. And so I started saying, well, it's not here in Pittsburgh, I'm gonna do it, and what's free is social media, and that's what's gonna give me the visibility that I need to be able to find the people who may be already doing the work, and or start doing my own thing. And you know, the idea of being, you know, if you build it, they will come. And so I was able to really launch Café con Leche for free, really utilizing social media tools. I got on Instagram, I got on Twitter, I got on Facebook, and that was really how I started interfacing with people. And it's really been amazing to see how much the voice of Café con Leche has been amplified in Pittsburgh to tell people there is a Latino community here. We're strong and we're growing, and we're looking to become stronger and to continue to grow. And you know, through this vehicle, I have continued to use social media to connect with other Latino organizers and media moguls, let's say, throughout the country. There's so many Latinos that are doing media work, whether it be a web series, a Twitter handle, a Facebook page, just resharing articles. There is really a strong Latino media presence in all social media, and that's really how we're amplifying and organizing amongst ourselves. And I have been able to connect with so many movements that I never even knew existed, and has made me feel like Café con Leche may be Pittsburgh, and we're here, but we're certainly a lighthouse for a much larger Latin network across the entire world.
In my case, I think blogging is where I've had the most impact, and I'm doing a series right now. It's a question and answer series. It's a 2-year project as part of an art fellowship I have with Most Wanted Fine Art and Gallery in Garfield. Hi, everybody. What I've learned in the past is that Q&As are very popular on my blog. People love to read them, and I'm often asked to interview musicians coming through town or performers, and so I decided to try to do it with kind of the everyday person. And I had originally planned to publish 30 question and answer posts, and I've already exceeded that in 6 weeks. So you know, what I'm doing is, you know, I have this series of questions, and people can use a Google form to complete them, or I'll send them by email or do them in person. And I just print their uncensored answers. I only correct things that they tell me to correct. I don't even correct spelling or editing or anything like that. And I ask everyone, what question did I forget to ask? So I've already modified the survey 2 or 3 times to include the new questions that are suggested. So at the end of the 2-year period, it might not look at all like it did when I started. And the reason I'm doing this is because I think that people's everyday real experiences are important. In 2012, Vice President Biden made a big statement when he supported marriage equality that will and grace had changed the nation in terms of how we understood the experiences of gay men and lesbians. And I think that there's a lot of truth to that. But the fact is they're not real people, and not all the actors are even LGBT. And there are everyday experiences of people whose lives are nothing like any character on that show. And I would really like the next vice president, whoever that might be Biden again, I guess, you never know, to be able to point to more everyday real experiences and things that they've learned about real people. And so what I'm doing right now is traveling around Western Pennsylvania, and I have a 26 county area, and I'm trying to get at least 2 surveys from every county. And that's going to keep me moving for a while. And it's not perfect because my questions shape the narrative, and I know that, but I can't just do an open-ended oral history. I'm not trained to do that, so I'm trying to just stick with what I know how to do well. And then, of course, people share those stories, and they get spread around, and I think that that's at some point going to be pretty interesting that people will realize, wow, there's a lot of LGBT people living in Elk County. I didn't know that until I got started. So, so blogging is my main tool, but I also like Twitter and Facebook, and I use Instagram more for my personal life, I think, than, and you know, mostly post, and that's where I kind of share my lived experiences, I think, is that I really get into day-to-day life with my partner, and then also when I go to places like, you know, I'll put some pictures up from here to just show kind of like what is PGH lesbian, what does that mean in a photo array. So, you know, you can feel free to ask questions at any point. You have to kind of stand up maybe if you want to do that. I'm breaking the mic rules.
I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
Tactically, how do you reach out? How do you do research? And what is your primary methods for doing that?
Yeah, sure. Just to clarify, so you mean in terms of finding networks that might be hidden? Yeah. So for me, so aptly named is this panel Beyond the Hashtag, right? And so what I found is that so I have a Twitter account, and so I go onto Twitter and I'll type in the keywords that that connect back to the things that I'm trying to connect to. So what I do for Twitter is I type in Café con Leche, which is my business name, because that allows me to find anything that's being tweeted out about me that maybe somebody didn't tweet at me that I don't know about. But it also is cute because I can find people's pictures of café con leche, right? Café con leche in Latin America is a very cultural practice. We all drink café con leche every single morning. When you go to someone's house, they're offering you café con leche. So it is a place of home, of family, and of community. And so I'm always just retweeting pictures of café con leche to sort of to affirm that as a part of our culture and as a part of our connecting. I also look up my own name just because, again, I'm trying to retweet any media that's out there. And then if I'm having an event, I'll look up names that are connected to my event. I also look at tweets that other traditional channels are tweeting out. So who are they tweeting out when it's about an article about Latin people? And a lot of it has just been like shooting stuff at a wall and seeing what sticks and seeing if there's certain words that resonate with people. It really is sort of like a down the rabbit hole scenario. Like the more, whether it's on Twitter or Instagram, the more @ symbols that you can kind of continue to follow will help you identify who the people are that are following the people that you're following, because that's all in the same network. I think the other thing that's really important is that we are talking about social media. I think that while social media is extremely powerful and we need to be on it, it will never fully replace face-to-face interactions. And so the other thing that I try to do is get out there and get my face to be seen, you know, whether it be people who are doing Latin networking or people who are interested. I'm very interested in community development. So any community development networking things I'll go to just to be able to connect with people. One of Café con Leche's values is also connecting to the African diaspora and repeating that experience, because Latin culture is African innately and indigenous innately, and so I try to also look for things and connect with people and groups that are doing work around that. And again, who are they following and who's following them, because those are the people that I want to be reaching.
I use similar tactics with searches. I have a zillion searches on Twitter, or I use Hootsuite, and so that's really nice to keep them organized. And I occasionally do it on Instagram, but I also use lists. And I have several Twitter lists set up to follow the key people whose voices I want to hear around certain issues. And I do that on Facebook as well. I'll set up, I guess they're called lists or groups or whatever, not a group, but it's a list to make sure that I touch base with people whose voices are authentic and speaking to me on a certain issue. When the Black Lives Matter social movement broke out last year and began gaining momentum, a lot of people were using the hashtag, and it took a while to figure out who was actually creating the original content. But on Twitter, you can do that if you put some effort into it. And so I was able to figure out who I really needed to be listening to. And then what I was doing, and this is an important component of what we're talking about today, is I was sharing their content unfiltered. No comment from me. I wasn't editing it. I was giving it a signal boost or an amplification. And I made a concerted effort to do that. What happened as a result is I gained new followers. And so then I had this engagement with a whole new group of people that I previously didn't even know existed really. And then I made a concerted effort, and I'm just using this one hashtag as an example, to look locally and using Twitter to find who was talking about Black Lives Matter on a local level. And then I began following them. eventually I friended them on Facebook, and we have this much more robust relationship now, and I'm starting to see how their work on a local level ties into the work that I do. So a lot of it is doing some research and paying attention. I'd say a big piece of it is listening, which you might say is actually reading because you're in social media, but it's sitting back and allowing people to tell you what they think is important and what they value, and then the things that resonate with you is using your privilege and credibility to share it with your followers. You may not necessarily even agree with it necessarily, but I still think it's important for people to read. And that's true across other movements as well, I think.
Yeah, and I would say, kind of just continuing on with the hashtag thing, it's one of the things that traditional media does help with is that if they do get wind of a story, they will amplify it in a way that social media cannot amplify. So there is a place for traditional media articles to cover certain topics that are gaining momentum. So for example, recently, and I forget which news outlet, but it was a pretty traditional news outlet, put out a story about what's going on in Puerto Rico. Right now, Puerto Rico has defaulted and will continue. It's defaulted. It is defaulted, and that is that, on $78 billion of debt. And it's really crazy what's going on the island, and not a lot of people know what's going on. And what is going on is that the only thing that you're really hearing is from traditional news outlets is that everybody's leaving Puerto Rico and moving to Orlando. And that's true to an extent, but what's happening is that other experiences, again, other lived experiences, are not being amplified by traditional media. So recently, a traditional media article came out, and the article said, young millennials staying in Puerto Rico. And I was like, oh, this is me. So I clicked on, I'm not saying in Puerto Rico, but that's where my mother's from, and I'm a millennial, and I'm like, this is speaking to who I am, the business that I have. And I clicked on it, and it was an article about a hashtag called Yo me quedo, which means I stay here. And I'm gonna stay right here, that's what that means. And it's a hashtag for millennials in Puerto Rico who often have families that they're saying, we're gonna stay here. And they do the hashtag Yo me quedo, and then they talk about why they're staying here. And a lot of them are small business owners, and they're saying, we're staying in Puerto Rico because we believe as small business owners that we have a place to stay here, give value to this island, and continue to build our business because we love it here. We love it here because of the beaches, we love it here because of the mountains, we love it here because of our families, we love it here whatever it is, but it really is allowing the Puerto Rican community on the island, but also the diaspora in the United States to be able to connect and have a real conversation around, given our limited resources, given the way that the legal and financial structure of Puerto Rico currently is, what is it that we can do as millennials and as small business owners to continue to hold up Puerto Rico to hopefully one day be able to move on from this economic mess that we've been in for a long time. Other questions?
Well, another point I wanted to make that ties a little bit into that, but it's a broader, is that it's important to access research being conducted right now. And in terms of the LGBT community, which is my primary focus, the Pew Research Center does a lot of work, the Williams Institute out of UCLA, and there's a group called the Movement Advancement Project. And they're crunching a lot of data on how LGBT people use social media, and it's very important to inform our work because at this point, it pretty much shows that we, LGBT people, are using Facebook much more than any other platform, and we use it more than the typical population. So there's this perception that everyone's leaving Facebook, which is a little bit skewed in itself, but it's actually not true for LGBT people. It's also not true for people who have lower incomes. And that makes sense when you think, especially younger people, it makes sense because to use Twitter and Instagram and even Tumblr to some extent, you need to have a smartphone. But Facebook, you can go to the library or where someone has a PC or a laptop and access it. So it's important for LGBT organizations, businesses, and community leaders to understand that Facebook is still a primary means of communicating with people, especially individuals who happen to be both LGBT and lower income. And so following the data is also important, not just following the, what the general sense of interest says about, oh, everyone's quitting Facebook or everyone's getting on Twitter now, or we're all moving to Snapchat, and that's, I think that that's important. I'm not trying to denigrate those forms of social media, but you have to figure out where your population is. And, the joke about Pittsburgh is always 20 years behind everybody else, so there's a lot of people just getting on Facebook in the LGBT community in Pittsburgh. And actually, that's quite true. A lot of senior citizens are joining now, and because they find that that's how they can stay in touch with the community, because a lot of our newsletters have disappeared. We don't have a media source in Western Pennsylvania. The two media sources are here in this room, I think. Are you still here, Tom? There you are. Yeah, Tom Waters is a blogger, and my blog, and we're pretty much it. And so, you better hope we get it right, and we can try our best. But that's why I think it's important that we do look at the real data and use that to inform what we're trying to accomplish, because it's really easy to kind of get trendy when you're trying to build community. I've worked with a couple community groups, and they're like, let's get Tumblr, let's get Instagram, let's get Snapchat. And I'm like, let's get some policies, let's get some planning in place, let's figure out how we're going to make this happen. The idea of using Snapchat with youth as an adult is not, and a social worker is not necessarily really comfortable. Like, I want to have some really good policies in place, and it's not even true that most of those youth are on Snapchat. So I think you can do some keyword searching on Google to find the Pew feed and see what kind of trends there, because they're not just LGBT focused, but that's what I read in particular.
Yeah, I think that's so true. Oh my goodness, so much. So I think first of all, Latinos are also some of the highest, if not the highest, social media users in ever. And a lot of the reason why that is because if you think about who Latinos are, where we're coming from, we are all over. We often have families in several different countries across the country, and a lot of that is just given our migration history and our immigration history to the United States has just let us be a culture that is often very spread out. And so we keep in touch with people through Facebook and Twitter because that's easy for people to be able to use. It's cheap, it's free, and it can be, there's a lot of different ways that you can engage with your family members who might be far away, and you can kind of keep in touch with what's going on in a much more real-time basis, whereas before you didn't. So yeah, I think that it's just really important, just times two what Sue said.
One thing that I also think is important to understand, though, is what are the barriers to people accessing social media? Because you can't do all of your community engagement online. Obviously, that's not a good idea. Although in some cases, that exclusivity is working, where people are creating virtual spaces. And I think we have a good intersection here with Bambi's.
Yeah, I was just going to say. So there's a trans-Latina advocate, national trans-Latina advocate named Bambi Salcedo, and she has an online magazine called Porque Sí magazine, which means, Porque Sí is like, well, of course not, why not? Of course not, why not? Not a very good literal translation, but that's the best way to say it. And it's just a website that people anywhere in the world can submit a blog in Spanish or in English. They can submit a blog post, a story, a video, anything that can just be posted onto the website. And so it's just there. It's a living website. People can access it whenever they get a chance. So if you live in a very remote area and you can only get to the internet once a month, but you can always go to this website when you get there once a month, and you can read stories from other people who are probably hearkening and reflecting back to you a lot of your own experiences, and you may not be able to hear similar stories to your life experience if you're living in a very remote area. Perhaps there's not another queer person there, so this website will always be there to be a place for people to find community, touch community, build a relationship. Café con Leche is actually going to be taking this website over for Bambi because she has amazing and has moved on to organize through the Trans Latino Coalition. So I've worked with her to agree to take over this website. And one of the things that I would additionally like to do is open up a Instagram account. It already has a Facebook and a Twitter, but I would really like to open up an Instagram account so that we're not only doing this but on the website and people can access the website, but if you're able to get onto Instagram, we can actually repost your photos. So you could email Porque Sí Magazine a photo of where you live, and we could post it for you, giving you credit, saying where it is on the Instagram, and then that's able to, whoever's following Porque Sí Magazine on Instagram, is those followers are able to see a piece of your life in terms of what is it you walk by every day, who is it, who is your family, what are the things that you're trying to show people from where you're from. So it just really continues to do this back and forth reflecting of experiences that there may never be a conversation, but it's definitely a community.
I was curious about when you mentioned the Q&A that you do with Google Docs, and I just discovered Google Docs and their survey form. And when you mentioned using a Q&A to develop blog content. That really interested me. Can you talk a little bit more about how you do that, how you reach out to people with your questions, how to use Google Docs to do that?
Sure, that's a great question. When I came up with the idea of doing the Q&A, I realized that typically I just interviewed one person at a time, so I would just email them the questions and they would send them back. Worked really fine. But I couldn't just email every LGBT person in Western Pennsylvania. That was impossible. So I knew that I had to come up with different ways to reach people. And I have used Google Docs in the past, so I created a form and tried to make it look nice, and I added the questions, and it dumps the answers into a spreadsheet, a Google spreadsheet, which made it really easy for me to access and sort through and get what I needed to create my content, because I could just cut and paste it right into the blog post. But there's a lot of people who aren't comfortable with that. So in addition, I can email people the questions, or I'll make a plan to meet with them face to face. And it's not a short survey, so it's not easy to do at an event, but I do have a couple tablets that were donated to me, and I use those, and I can take them to an event. If someone wants to sit down and fill it out right there, then that's possible as well. What I did with Google Docs, the URL is really long, so I used a shortener. I used Bitly actually, and I just send that link around. I post it on Facebook many times a week. I put it in lots of groups. I use existing Q&As to recruit new Q&As, but I think by having the Bitly, I can actually I have the term amplify LGBTQ in it, so people have a little bit of confidence when they're clicking on it. Some people don't want to get into Google Docs because they don't want to tie their Gmail to their identity, or they're concerned about that, or they don't know me, and they don't necessarily have a sense of trust in me, which I understand. So that's why I do try to offer the other options. Google Docs is really easy to use once you practice with it a few times. The spreadsheets can get a little complicated sometimes, but if you're used to Excel, it's not hard to use, and it will give you a nice summary of the responses, and you can modify it at your convenience.
And how does that compare to SurveyMonkey?
Well, it's free, so that's nice, because I can set up a form with as many questions as I want, whereas SurveyMonkey limits you, I think, to 10 if it's a free survey. And this isn't a survey. It's more of an interview. It's like an online interview. So SurveyMonkey would really limit my ability to let people really write robust answers to what I'm trying to do. Plus, I want to change my response. I change my questions. And it's easier to do in Google Docs because I can manipulate the data behind the scenes so that I can see the answers to the old questions and the answers to the new questions. So I would just play around with it and make a fake form and see how it works and fill it out yourself and look at how the answers are populating into the spreadsheet and use that. People have a sense of trust of Google. Some people don't, but I think some people do, and so they're more comfortable with the idea of using like a major website to participate. The drawbacks, of course, are that some people don't feel comfortable with it, and then it's a lot of work to cut and paste all that into a blog. That's a lot of work, and so that's a price I pay to be able to do that.
Yeah.
I have a question on more engaging your community using your social media. Maybe just from my, I guess just connected to my community, I started thinking of like the Black Twitter movement and how there's lots of articles about how, Black Twitter has come together and, came for social changes. What tactics per se, you can, any that you can give us, not only just to engage your community, but we're stronger when other communities are engaged together. So if you have like the Black Twitter movement, but it's also with like the feminist movement and this, so that we're all coming together. Because a lot of times you see it where it's just solo people just say, oh, Black Twitter is, getting on Donald Trump. And it's like, that's great, but we're not the only ones. We're all, it's like everybody's getting on Donald Trump. But how do you connect those movements together? Or if you have done that yet, or if we can even think of ways to do that so that we're just, not that it's going to keep getting on Donald Trump, but we're stronger in some other aspects of just one movement on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram.
Is that Lachelle? Hi, Lachelle. I think that you have just identified the $1 million question for any organizer in the world. I don't think that that's a problem that is solely for social media, or I don't think that that's a problem solely in social media. I think that when we talk about groups that organize around whatever piece of identity it is that they're organized, or whatever belief, or whatever it is, there's a lot of friction because there isn't always a connection. And I think that a really good example of that was what happened with Iggy Azalea coming when the Delta Foundation wanted to bring Iggy Azalea to Pittsburgh, and you really saw the division, the class and the race division within an identity around sexual orientation and gender identity group, right? So what was happening there was that people were saying, LGBTQ people of color, queer and trans people of color were saying, wait a second, why aren't you talking about like colors that affect, or issues that affect trans people and people of color who are also queer? How, you're clearly not even talking about it, and then on top of that, you're bringing somebody who is notably and definitely highly offensive. Whatever your opinion is, we believe that. That is our lived experience. So you saw a huge disconnect between what people are organizing for and then the value sets that they were sort of making decisions and choices around. I think with social, so that's just sort of, I think that that's something that as organizers, for anybody, we are always having that conversation. How do we mutually support each other and each other's movements when we're all sort of fighting for the greater good, right? So that we're all pooling our resources. I think for social media, what's cool is that it is social media, so we can take a step back because it's this figurative community, right? It's an imagined community. It's not necessarily real life in some ways. And I would just say that there's a lot of intentionality that you have to do as a social media user if that's your intention. So again, it's about what are you searching, what are the community, like I was saying with Café con Leche, I'm looking for words that resonate with my value system. So African diaspora, queer trans people of color, Café con Leche, whatever event name I'm happy, you know what I mean? So these are the things that I'm looking to. So I start following people who are talking about that. So I think that that's one way. I think more proactively, a huge thing that I have found is video. People really respond to video. And so I think I would love to see as organizers around identities and beliefs and lifestyles, how can we use video to really engage and have those conversations with each other, sort of across movements, if you will, because I think that people, out of all the things that I have seen, people respond the most to interviews as well as video. Because I think people just love seeing each other and hearing each other's stories. So I guess maybe, I don't know if I have an answer, but I definitely think I have a challenge, is like, how can we use video to really start that conversation? And maybe there's other things, but that would be my thing.
Well, what I would add to that is that it's important to follow people. We've talked about how you try to find those voices, but you have to listen, and you have to actually honor what people are saying and accept that they, even if it clashes with what you believe to be true, that you have to give it some consideration and examine it and look at the primary sources and have a conversation around with yourself about, why does, if it annoys you, why? What's going on with that? When I read I see a couple of things coming up about Black Twitter that, the top 10 people to follow, and I always follow them. And I just start paying attention and listening to what kinds of topics they're talking about. And I don't chime in very often, but I do retweet the things that resonate with me. And what I see is that people start to follow me, and then they are sharing my content. And so that's just a very entry-level way to show, mutual respect and appreciation and build a relationship that sometimes spills over into real life. A sad example that I worked on this year is last year in October, a young bisexual man of color was murdered in Lawrenceville. His name was Andre Gregg, and his body was thrown into the river, and so he didn't surface until the spring, and we didn't know what happened to him. And once I realized he was part of the community, I was trying to work on that and raise the profile of what his family was going through, wondering what had happened to him, and then once he came home, helping them with issues around the trial and the burial, and now we're working on memorial. And it's been very interesting to me because a lot of the people that I've connected with through Black Lives Matter, Black Twitter, have come out in support of Andre. And I'm not seeing the same response from the mainstream LGBT community in Pittsburgh. Now, that's a whole other session we could have a topic on, but I think what makes me feel grateful for that is that the time I put into that investment is building community now. And that when I come out and say, this man's life matters. Yes, he's a man of color, but he was also a bisexual man. And that's, those are two intersecting pieces that were really important to him personally. Not that I knew of myself, but what was told to me. I never met Andre, but he has become a cause for me in terms of trying to understand how, we can prevent that from happening to other individuals in our community. So I think the listening and the paying attention and the respecting people's opinion is really important. Not coming back with but classic example, all lives matter. Because, yeah, that's a given. And so I think that in the sense of when you're saying Black Twitter as a concrete example, then the other example is that other people using Twitter need to make that effort.
Yeah. Well, I think that in hearing you talk, what I'm really hearing, listening is important, and then I think also back to what I was saying about intentionality. So to be intentional about what I mean by intentionality is say it. I am so and so, and I want to connect with this, this, and this. You may want to finesse that a little bit, and you may want to think about what's a fun way to actually put that out there, but that is, if you're trying to do something, if you're trying to connect with someone, if you're trying to create a network, say it, put it out into the universe, because there are other people who want the same thing as you, and you're not going to find them until you start to say it. Other questions?
We have about 14 minutes.
Okay, so there was another example that I really wanted to kind of talk. Oh, I'm sorry, there's someone right here in the front. I'll wait on my example.
That's okay. This is not really a question, but could we just put it out there about the park bench that you're trying to raise? Somebody, I think it's the Most Wanted Gallery is trying to raise money for the park bench to honor these women.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. I appreciate that. In Andre's particular case, we wanted to come up with a way to honor his life because the details of his murder are very gruesome, and there's a very high-profile trial scheduled. And actually, Tara helped me come up with the idea of creating a park bench that's going to be in a dog park in Lawrenceville because Andre's dog was also killed that night, and it was very important to him. So we put it in Lawrenceville in the Bernard Dog Run, and the Bernard Dog Run is named after a gay man who died a couple of years ago in Lawrenceville. So there's an interesting synchronicity there. It was for medical reasons, but so we're trying to raise money now to pay for that bench, and then we're also going to make dog leashes that say "Walk Like a Boss" because the dog's name was Boss, and they're in the bisexual flag colors, and we're going to use that to raise money to sustain the bench. So if something were to happen or become damaged or vandalized or anything like that, we'd be able to replace it and take care of it. And then it'll still keep his memory going. And his family feels really good about that because we're creating a permanent space that's positive and healthy and beautiful and looking on the river and all of those things. And it's not a memorial at the scene where he was killed. I mean, this is more about moving forward and honoring the way he lived his life because he went down to that park sometimes. So if you're interested in learning more about that, I'll be happy to fill you in. Yes, there's a question about it.
Can you talk a little bit about the kind of disparity between lived experiences, deep and complex and ongoing, and never gets captured in its entirety in a little bit? The hashtag, however, is a way to find, but it, by its very nature, tends to compress and simplify and leave out the complexity. So could you talk a little bit about finding a way to letting those two things work together?
Yes, and I think, right, it's a really good point. And I think that, again, it's sort of like this is the nut that we're trying to crack, always. But I think for me, it just goes back to what I was saying about intentionality. We have to create the imagined or real communities that we want, and so we have to be intentional. Don't look for one hashtag, look for 5. Identify the 5 value systems that inform your work. Kownacki has about 6 values, right? We have a 6 value statement, and that is how we make decisions. That is how we search, And that is also how we choose to take stances, if that's what, like, for example, one of our values is queer and trans people of color. And so again, with the Iggy example, I had to say something. I wouldn't be saying something if I wasn't following my values. The same thing for the African diaspora. Whenever there are anything affecting Black people anywhere in the world, we're there too. We're there to celebrate as well. So again, so I think you just have to sort of think about what are these value systems that inform your work, inform your brand, or you're just really trying to figure out how you want to connect and amplify that and use that as your roadmap. And yeah, it's going to have to be 10 different searches. It might have to be 20 different searches, but again, it just goes back to that intentionality. You have to say it, you have to call it out.
How I would respond is that beyond, when you find a tweet, beyond the tweet, you find the tweet, you look at who wrote it, and maybe you follow them and that's great, but they might have a blog. A lot of people put their websites up in their Twitter profiles or Instagram or whatever the platform is. And so dig a little deeper, because if they have a blog or a website or even a Facebook, they're perhaps sharing other kinds of content. And then just keep pushing for that. So this is really a timely question because, and again, I keep bringing up these terrible examples, but there's a epidemic of violence against trans women of color in our country right now. And we've had the reports of 4 trans women of color being murdered this past week alone. They weren't necessarily murdered this past week, it's just when we learned about them. And it's a little horrifying. Most of these women are under 30, just really an awful situation that really needs to be examined. And it, I think, fits what Tom was saying very clearly, because you can just look at the hashtag and say, rest in peace, trans lives matter, say your name, and that's it. And maybe donate a little money to the funeral expenses, and that's it, and not look at what does this trend mean. When there was a woman in Detroit who was murdered, her name was Amber Monroe, and she was 21 years old. She had had 2 or 3 incidents of being shot in the past, and she didn't trust the police. So she never reported them. And that became a source of contention. And then there was no coverage mainstream because none of her friends would talk. They were telling her story in their own words on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram because they wanted to control the narrative. They didn't want the police to get into her having a history as a sex worker. They didn't want her birth name or old name to be used. They didn't want pictures of her when she was arrested. They wanted to control it. They didn't trust mainstream media. And it took days until we actually were able to break the story because bloggers like me, I need a source. And I had to really question, can I take this person on Twitter as a source? And I don't know the person. And so that's a real, I think a good example of people sort of owning the information and having to sort of push my personal boundaries and my professional boundaries to say, what am I going to take as a credible source? Because this is really important to me to cover. And I want to make sure that I'm sharing what people are saying. But it is possible that it was all, how was I going to verify it? And it took, I waited for a mainstream group to do it myself. And, but I think, I just listened yesterday to this new song from Janelle Monáe. What's it called? I know, I heard it. Hella Talbot, that's it. And it's, but it's say her name, say his name, say his name, say her name. It's just it's a 6-minute piece, and it's really powerful because they're just saying the phrase over and over again and saying all the names of people who African American people have been killed by police in the last year or so. And regardless of your opinion on that, it's a really powerful way that a Twitter hashtag has made its way into this music form, and I think we'll be hearing a lot more of that song. It's really powerful. If you get a chance to take a listen to it, I encourage you to do that. And it made me start looking up people's names. I guess that feeds into your question again, Tom, as I heard the song, and I'm like, oh, I don't recognize that one name, and I looked up their story because I wanted to know. So part of it is your willingness to invest your time, which is a precious resource, to find more information, and that certainly means Googling, but it also means knowing your sources and being willing to, it's not going to hit CNN. most stories about LGBT community are not going to be covered by mainstream media, or the ones that you should be paying attention to. Read the blogs, that's what I say. That's it. Any other questions?
Yeah, related to that, from the content creator side of it, how do you write your tweets or your Facebook posts to get people to take those further steps? Because the person has to take them, but you want to lead them into it.
Yeah. So a couple of thoughts there, because I think what you're asking is really important, and I think there's a marketing component to it. So I would say the first thing that comes to my mind is I buy Facebook ads. They're actually quite inexpensive. You could purchase a Facebook ad for one day for $1. And you can just boost your post, you could boost your website. And what I find is that's just a great way to get to drive people to, so if you're trying to drive people to your website or to your blog or something, that's a great way to do it. It's pretty, I mean, you could even buy for $5 for 5 days and you could reach 2,000 people. So I have found that that's a great way to push out information. I think a lot of trial and error. So I think that one of the articles that I read about how to get YouTube followers was they were saying, just start hashtagging names of famous people. So for example, for Latinos, they were like, hashtag Jennifer Lopez in everything that you do, and you will get retweeted. I haven't tried that yet, but I would absolutely believe it, because I will tell you that people are looking for Jennifer Lopez's name much more than they're looking for my name. So if I'm attaching myself to her, and now I'm not saying you don't want to put out an article that doesn't have anything to do with Jennifer Lopez, and like, you know what I'm saying? It should probably, maybe it's music, and it's Jennifer Lopez. So that's that example. So I think, but a lot of it is also trial and error. So for me, what I've noticed is for Latinos, it's really about Latin pride. So how am I like, yeah, we're Latin, so how am I communicating that and what I'm saying? Is it a call to action? So for example, I'm having a fundraiser tonight, and the question is, have you bought your ticket yet? Oh my gosh, and here's like a really fun photo of everybody who's getting honored. And that's gotten a lot of retweets. Videos always get a lot of retweets. Like, you don't even need to do anything. If you just put out a video onto Twitter, everyone's like, oh, video, I love it, and they're just sharing it. But I think that it really comes down to you knowing who your audience is, a lot of trial and error, and just time. So again, I go back to my favorite word, which is intentionality. You have to just stick to it and just continue going down the rabbit hole of finding the people who you're trying to touch.
Something that I do in addition to that is I do a lot of resharing of my own content, because I think people have this idea, everything on Facebook goes on everyone's page, which is obviously not true. And so I use a scheduling software, so that makes it a little bit easier for me. So I can make sure that the articles that I think are important are posted more than one time. I space them out. And I do that on Twitter quite a bit. And I will actually look at what was very popular and reshare it again, because I find that people are interested in that. The other thing I do is I try very hard on Facebook to actually create real interesting content for people that I know. So I will throw out these like random questions like, what'd you have for breakfast today? Or what's your weekend plans? Or, do you like ketchup or mustard? Or, just sometimes it's ridiculous. But what it does is it gives people a chance to engage, and then they're going to start seeing other things that I'm posting more. And I'm not trying to trick them into that, but I just, want to give them a chance to weigh in. Now, what I have noticed pretty extensively is that people do not necessarily engage on Facebook, but when I see them in real life or have some sort of email exchange, they'll say, oh, I love what you're writing, I love the stuff you share, I read it all. And so, it's kind of like you're throwing it out into the universe, and you're hoping that if people trust your brand, personal or your business brand on Facebook, that they are taking what you say seriously enough to read it. And you do that by building those relationships. And doing, I put a lot of cat memes up, and I put tons of pictures of my partner. And just
cat memes get a lot of retweets.
Yeah, it's so again, it's that tried and true thing about that if you create good content, they will come, and then they'll read the things that you think are actually important. I would say, another piece is, mix it up a little bit, because I wrote about the deaths of 6 trans women this week. That's a lot. People can't handle that. And I couldn't handle it. I was very, very distraught last night when I read it. I couldn't even write the last one. And I was like, I had to post other stuff just to give myself an emotional break so that I could be strong enough to pick it back up again. And that's affecting me. I only knew one of the women, but I can't imagine how my readers who are trans are feeling, as I'm putting all this out there. And I feel compelled to write about it though, so that everybody knows that happened. Hopefully if you didn't know that you all know that this horrible thing happened, but it takes a toll. So I have to put some lighter stuff up or give myself a little bit of and I assume my readers too, a little bit of a break and say, okay, now for a change of pace. And not at all to be disrespectful, but just to be able to function. I think the tips that people put out about self-care as for organizers can be really helpful if you're a social media content creator. Because if you're immersing yourself in something that's really, really intense, you can get sucked into it. You may not be on the scene of your, whether it's a disaster or an epidemic of some type or whatever, you have to make sure that you're taking care of yourself so that you can continue to fight the good fight. And if you burn yourself out retweeting 1,000 articles about whatever has happened, you're not going to be any good to anyone. So, an occasional cat meme can be a useful tool.
Yeah, and I think I'm just, as Sue was talking, things that I was sort of thinking about. So I think it's all about like, what are you communicating? So that will help inform you how to communicate it. Is it a concept? So if it's a simple one-line concept, Twitter would be great for that. But if it's long form, Facebook is better. Are you trying to promote something? That's going to have a different theme, whether you do Facebook or you do Twitter, it's going to have a different energy. Or are you sharing something where you're like, you all need to know about this awful thing because it's important that we don't ignore it. That's also a difference. So it's really about what are you trying to communicate. It can be communicated shortly. Is it something that really needs the time to be long? And what is the ultimate goal that you're trying to reach? So that can kind of inform how you do it.
Other questions? I think we're ready to wrap up. So, Carrie tweeted, tag me on Facebook. Thank you, Carrie. There you are. I said it.
Oh, okay.
That's
Carrie. Yeah, I mean, I think, so I'm going to do a shameless plug for Café Kownacki. I have business cards, so you're more than happy to come up to me. I'm happy to give you guys my information, but you can also check me out on my website, which is cafeconlechepgh.com. That's cafe, CONLECHEPGH.com. And I'm on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. I'm all over. So thank you. This is lovely.
Thank you so much for taking the time to come and listen to what we have to say. That's intentionality. Coming up at 1 o'clock is a panel presentation by David D'Angelo of Two Political Junkies. I'm giving him a little shout out right now on how to write well.
It's just me though.
It's just him.
Yeah, so there's no panel.
There's no panel.
I know I should lose some weight, but it's just me.
No, we don't do body shaming in here,
I
David.
understand it.
So,
David, you tell fascinating stories. I know you're going to rock it.
And tomorrow, our friend Tom Waters, who's also up there, is going to be talking about take an 8-week break from your blogging, and you will come back refreshed and renewed and ready to kick some ass. Is that's the official name, isn't it, Tom?
That's the unofficial name.
It's the unofficial name. So we're giving anyone else doing a panel in here? Go to all the panels. Podcamp is a really great resource, so follow everybody, follow the hashtag, and get your t-shirt. Thanks for listening to us today. I'm having trouble wrapping this up.
Thank
140
you, everybody.
characters ended. Turn off the mic.
Give yourselves a round of applause.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it. I'm so glad it's and it Harris is my favorite theater too, so I'm looking forward to
got through it, and we decided that we were a team. And because the world is so scary, we have to approach it as a team. And if she decides that she's her own team, because, has anybody seen that saying, there is an I in team, it's in the a-hole?
Yes.
Yeah. Kaylee has those moments. Kaylee definitely has those moments. And I will call her on it. I will say, look, you realize what we're having right now. We're having an I in team moment. And she's like, I am not being an a-hole. And I'll say, I don't even have to say anything. I just look at her. With Brianna, it was thankfully less traumatic. Brianna didn't like my choices in YouTube channels. She didn't like my settings. So she made herself her own Gmail account, a G+ account, and started posting things on it. Cute kitties, jewelry projects, things that I would expect my little 10-year-old to put on there. And then I noticed she was commenting on YouTube videos. And she was getting replied to. And she was being called names that I would not use in polite company. And she was traumatized. But at the same time, she had a response that blew my mind. This person called her the W word and the C word in the same sentence. And Brianna said, hey, no bad language here. I'm a little kid, and that's cyberbullying. You should know better. The person replied, and I went through when I finally found this, which she hid from me for 4 months. When I went through, I blocked all those people. The other exceptionally terrifying thing my child did was she used her full name as her username. And in her workplace, she put her school name. We deleted all that. We changed her name to something fun that she really liked, something silly. We removed all that stuff. We blocked everybody that we didn't know that was on her page because my 10-year-old had 340 friends on G+. I had a stroke that day. Sean will tell you, Becky will tell you, Will tell you, I melted down. I flipped out. And she and I had the crying, talking, arguing, screaming talk that lasted for over an hour. And I explained to her that there are people in the world that don't care that you're a little girl. There are people in the world that just like to hurt other people. And because there are those people, we have to have these rules. All right, so Joshua, yes, my little charmer, who is everybody's boyfriend, who has 5 million girlfriends because of the older daughters, who could not find his nice shoes and had to wear his ratty red tennis shoes to his communion, who poses like this on his own because he thinks he's that snazzy. Joshua is, yes. Don't ever tell him that, please.
I try not to.
Well, try harder. He's on YouTube under my name. He's on a Minecraft server, again, chat deleted. Text now to text with me. He only has one other game with a chat feature, and that's a recent addition, and I'm still learning my way around it. And I'll kind of get into that in a minute. But we're exploring it together, is what we keep saying. If somebody talks to him, he's supposed to close the chat bubble. And he's been very good about it so far. Joshua, I hope I learned my lessons with the girls. Girls are so sneaky sometimes. Boys are kind of straightforward in their sneakiness, and therefore it's more obvious and you can kind of find it and put a stop to it. But dude, girls, ugh, so sneaky. Okay, so I could go on and on about the other sites that are out there. Twitter, Tumblr, Omegle, Burnbook, Uvu, Yik Yak, Whisper. You could probably name 50 other ones right here in front of me.
Is Burnbook what I think it is? From Mean Girls?
Yeah, from Mean Girls. Burnbook is from Mean Girls. Yeah, and it is a site, and that is exactly what it is. Whisper is kind of similar to that too, but also other people use it to post their secrets, their deep, dark secrets. A lot of people come out on that site before they come out to their families. It's more supportive than some of the other sites. Tumblr is also one that I actually use Tumblr a lot. I like it. It's kind of like my goofy, silly page, but it's also where I get kind of a feeling of like what society is thinking, because I feel old sometimes, and that's where I pick up my ideas from. Okay, so the pros. Access to so much information. They can be as creative as they want to be. They're making new friends and keeping up with old friends during the summer. I think that's a great thing. That's why I let them have the text now. That's why Kaylee has Snapchat and other things like that. That's why all of it. Schoolwork is easier to access, research, and turn in. My two oldest can turn in their homework from their iPads. They can look up, I can look up their grades in an instant, they can too, so they know ahead of time if they're in trouble. Yes?
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but what are they using? Do they each have a pad? Do they each have a
Okay,
phone?
so in our house, we have a laptop, we have a desktop. Each kid has an iPad. Daniel has an iPhone 5, Kaylee has an iPhone 6, and Brianna has a little junky phone. It's just kind of one of the chintzy ones, because if you got 4 phones, then it's cheaper by like $60. She would not have had a phone had that not been the case. I was not ready for her to have a phone. It's still a little weird for me. And the thing that kind of started a lot of like this wave of craziness was Kaylee got an iPad from the school as part of a trial program to see if it would work better, and they all fell in love with it. So it kind of became a thing. We were always fighting over the one iPad in the house. I wanted silence occasionally. While I have paid for that silence in dividends with all of this, you know, it has its moments. It's fun and educational, and they can have self-expression. When Brianna started telling me I looked at her like she's an alien, I felt like she needed another creative outlet, so she could express herself, because her thinking is so far above where mine is. So the cons are there's access to so much information. The stuff you want them to have, the stuff you don't want them to have, the stuff that scares the pants off of you. People lie on the other side of the screen. I said AKA stranger danger. We all teach our kids not to talk to strangers at the park. We have to teach our kids that while making friends on the internet is great, you still can't be a flood of information the minute you meet somebody. You have to temper that with caution. And while it sucks that it has to be that way, and they're all like, but he's so cool, she's so awesome. Maybe they look that way, but maybe they're actually a 40-year-old guy in his underpants, tapping on a thing with a Marlboro cigarette in his hand and a beer. Like, you never know who you're talking to exactly unless there's some verified account, and that's so hard anyways. Cyberbullying, that's a big thing in our school. They are very, they monitor that very closely. They're very careful with the kids. They understand how damaging that is. And we're very lucky at my school that we have such a great interactive policy about it, that even the cyberbullies themselves end up coming out of it with a greater understanding of the whole thing. Kids are trusting. Hey, you want to come play with this puppy? Now has become, hey, look at this kitten video. Click on it, porn. Each site is different, so it's hard to figure out which safety features are on which site. It's hard to follow along because every startup, every new launched website thinks they've got the answer to kids being on the internet. They think they've got the be-all and end-all of parents being able to trust their kids online. That's not the case. Everyone is different, and so therefore, everyone starts out as confusing. So, here are some really good resources. CommonSenseMedia.org. They have a lot of interactive stuff on there. You can talk into communities to do this kind of thing that we're doing right here. They have a lot of, they give them ratings, basically, okay? ncpc.org. Love, 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 love that website, okay? There are videos. There are things I had never even heard of before that were on there already. They do their research, and they do their research well. Safe Smart Social. This is specifically for websites where they're going to be actively social. Facebook, Twitter, Uvu, TextNow, Kik, Yik Yak, any of those where they're going to be, number one, themselves, not anonymous, because things like Whisper and Burn Book are anonymous. You don't know who's posting it about you. These are things that are interactive and things that are going to be your child's face is out there, your child's persona is out there, okay? Now, we all have like friends, some friends, my friend Doug, who's here today, he said I could use him as an example. His kids' names aren't out there. His kids are known on the internet as Teaspoon and Cheeseburger. Love it. Never would have thought of that. My kids' pictures, their faces, their names have been out there since I started on social media. Because I started out naive too. I was older, I was like, oh, you know, mid-20s. Like, oh, this is gonna be fine, this is gonna be fun, this is gonna be really cool. People are cool on the internet. Dun, dun, dun. Later you find out your stuff is somewhere that it really shouldn't be, and that ex-boyfriend that you sent pictures to, yeah, he wasn't so trustworthy either. Okay, suggestions, all right? Always be open and honest with your kids. If you're going to monitor their social media, you need to tell them. They have a right to know you're going to look at their stuff. Because when they know you're going to look at their stuff, they're going to temper what they share. They're going to use that. We were talking about filters at lunch. That filter is going to slide into place in their brain. And before something comes out of their fingers, they're going to know, Mom's going to see this, Dad's going to see this. I need to make sure that I'm not going to get my butt whooped. I'm going to make sure I don't lose my devices, okay? Be open, be honest. Write a plan with them. Talk to them about what they're interested in. What do you want to be on? What do you want to try? And then figure out what you're comfortable with based on your age. Take time to listen. If you are not listening and hearing what your kids are saying, they're gonna find a way to work around you. And that's exactly what Brianna did. She didn't feel heard. She didn't feel like I was listening. She didn't feel like we were in touch. So she went around me. And she found her own way to get what she wanted. Make sure your kids understand why. They need to be honest about their age on the sites that require it. Sites require it like Facebook. Some of them don't. But the ones that do, I see so many of my friends' children who are 8 and 9 years old are on them. Facebook. I had my friend's 6-year-old friend request me. You let your 6-year-old lie about their age on Facebook with your permission. That really makes me question what's going on. And the child had free reign to post whatever she wanted. I was very upset about that. And I actually talked to the friend and I was like, do you realize, even though you meant to do this, this is what's actually happening? Make sure they understand why. Because if you can make it logical to a child, they're more likely to follow along with it. I know I said the word logic and child in the same sentence, deal with it. Make time to walk them through the app or the site the first time they're on it, okay? After that, make sure to take time to routinely look over their favorite things and make sure that they are not oversharing information with friends, air quotes. Friends online are not necessarily friends in person. Kaylee has met people at Guard that she's seen once that are her friends, and I'm like, don't overshare. Because you never know which one of them is a spy to see what your show is going to be about. You never know which one of them is actively talking about your team on some other site. Make sure that they're not oversharing. And make sure they know that you're interested. You want to know what they're doing. You want to be engaged. Because it feels like, you know, there's a saying, a way to a man's stomach, or heart is through his stomach. A way to a child's heart is through their brain. It's through engagement. Because so much pressure is being put on them to pass the next test, to be better at that game, to run faster than that kid. If you act actively show them that you care and that you're interested and that you want to be part of it, they're going to make that end run around you just like Brianna did. She didn't feel heard. She felt like she wasn't interesting to me, so she made sure she was interesting to other people. Take time on the site yourself to familiarize yourself with the features before letting your child start using it. I cannot stress this one enough. And try and keep an eye out for updates, because there are always, my phone updates at least 10 things a week. There are always updates. Keep an eye on those. Familiarize yourself with the site so that if you have to go in and change something because something else changed and screwed up what you fixed, make sure you're not sitting there fumbling for an hour where your kid's like, oh, it's fine, I just won't use it, it'll be okay, don't worry about it. You gotta worry about it, because they're not going to. Because they know everything, and you're an idiot. Let's just be real honest. We're parents, so therefore we're idiots. Remember, most games these days have chat features. See if you're able to save them or not. If you can't save the chat that your child is having with their friend on the site, my suggestion is disable it. Gone. Get rid of it. Because if you can't save it, you cannot be the angel on your child's shoulder reading what they're reading. If you can't save the chat feature, block it, which is what I did with Minecraft. You cannot save the Minecraft chat feature. You can't see what's being said to your child and what your child is saying back and forth. Gone. Talk to other parents. Not a single one of us is alone. When you go to the park and you're having a problem, you sit down with your friends, right? If you're on social media and you have a problem with your child that has to do with social media, reach out. When Kaylee got on the porn site, I said to Will, what is the most powerful parent blocker on the planet? I don't care what it costs. Now. She is never looking at porn again in her life and thinking that that is normal, that that is okay, and that is what she should expect. Because it's not. Who here has that lifestyle? If you raise your hand, dude, we're going to talk afterwards and I'm buying you a drink. Okay, none of us. None of
drink.
Sorry. That's okay. You came in with the hangry shirt, so I guess you're okay.
I'm not angry right now.
I know, because we just filled your belly with Mexican. You are not alone, ever. Even if your friends aren't parents, you have resources. You have Twitter. You have us, the folks that you're meeting today. Make those connections, because if they're not an expert at kids, they're probably an expert at something. And that something might be useful. Networking isn't only about business. Networking isn't only about the site that you're on or the group that you're in. It's about life. You learn how to parent from your parents and your grandparents. And then you learn how to parent from your peers. You don't parent the same way your parents did, and my children won't parent the same way I did. But if you reach out and make that connection, you're going to feel alone, and you are 100% not. 100% not. Okay, so does anybody have any questions? Yes.
What about logging? Are you going to let your kids log if they ask?
If they ask, but before the publish button gets hit, it's going to go through me. Because we were talking about filters at lunch again. You have to build those filters. And you have to teach them about the filters, because none of us is born with them. All of us are born with a trusting heart and an open mind about the world. And slowly over time, we lose that innocence. So until she's kind of lost some of the shine, it'll go through me. The same way her Instagram kind of does. If I see something I don't like, it comes down. At one point in time, her Instagram said #single. I said, you're 14. Of course you're #single. If you're not #single, we need to have a discussion. That should say #chastity belt. You want to really be honest here? That's what it should say. But yeah, if any of them, and I think it's probably going to be Brianna more than anybody because she writes poetry and she has all these stories. If any of them comes to me and wants to do that, I'm totally open to it. As long as they're on a site that kind of promotes that sort of thing, that's not going to be a bunch of creepy old men. Because it's going to happen anyways. There's always going to be the creepy old man that's going to know the way around. But as long as it's something that I feel is safe and then I can kind of check out and make sure that it's legit, yeah, probably. Anybody else? Yes.
I'm young enough where I grew up with AOL, the chat rooms, that scene.
Mm-hmm.
I now have a 4-year-old who has an iPad.
Are you the one that just tweeted? Okay, all right.
So I am having an internal battle with me at what age do I start to let her do some of these other things where, like an Instagram account where she is taking pictures, she's doing all these things without pushing it out there. And I see the value of pushing it out there, but it's a very internal battle of when that protection versus that expression.
Go ahead, Carrie.
I was going to say, to respond to that, I have an 8-year-old daughter, and I just set her up with an Instagram account, but it's a protected Instagram account where the only people that can follow it are people that we know. She wants to share pictures with her aunt and her uncle and her cousin and her friends that, also have Instagram accounts. And she's even savvy enough that if she gets a follow request from somebody that she doesn't know, she says, Mom, I don't know that person, and they don't get to see my pictures. But she's 8 and she's on Instagram, and she has a Pinterest account so that she can pin pictures of cute puppies and kitties, and I check that out too to make sure, to see what she's pinning.
And what it's linked to.
Right.
Some of those pins, the link does not match the picture.
Right, but she's still fairly naive about that stuff, and I'm going to kind of hold on to that as long as I can. But, like everything that you said, do it with provisions, At 8, she doesn't get an open Instagram account. I get to see who she has. She has an email address, but every single email she gets also comes to me. So I can see what she gets. And until she gets older and learns to think through cause and effect a little bit more, everything's going to be, just like that.
Yeah, and I agree with that completely. You have to, every child matures differently. So whereas Kaylee is 15, she's still very naive when it comes to like boys. She's had a boyfriend, but they never kissed, and then he dumped her. And I believe it was because she was not kissing, and I'm okay with that. I'm like, you know what, you move at the pace that you're comfortable. I'm very much that way about parenting. You move at the pace you're comfortable. And there's a fine line, like you said, between wanting them to fly and keeping them safely in the nest. At 4, it's so hard for them to grasp the idea. I think you really need to stress the stranger danger kind of aspect of things as opposed to like, you could get hurt. Talk about, if you don't know this person, do you want them to know all about you? I would say Instagram, I would lock it if you're going to let her have one at this age. I would keep it to family and friends. I would have, there's a way to make notifications go to your phone whenever somebody tries to apply. Make sure that she knows, like tell her to ignore certain buttons because at 4 years old, they listen to you when you say, don't touch that button, it's not a good button. That would be my suggestion, and just take it slow. Some of those websites that I posted have suggestions based on age of what's age appropriate and what settings can work to make something age appropriate. But the reality is that, like I said, updates happen. And if you take your time and look at the website that you're talking about, it's very easy to see for an adult what the pitfalls are going to be and decide based on, like a pro-con sort of thing, whether or not that's going to be good for her. You know your child best. I'm not here to say, your 4-year-old shouldn't have an Instagram. Oh my God, what are you thinking? You know your child best. If she's going to have fun with an Instagram and grandma and grandpa are going to be like, oh, look how cute, go for it. But I would suggest tempering it with a lot of caution because it's so easy to slip down the rabbit hole online. And like we were saying at lunch, the internet is forever. Everything you put on there is forever. And someday somebody's going to search her name and see that username she used at 4 years old and go, why did she have an account at 4 years old? You know what I mean? Like, what was she putting on her account as a 4-year-old? We should look into this. The world is just too competitive these days to not be super duper cautious. So, anybody else? Okay? Yes?
I did have a suggestion, and I know that you are, you have a different, coming at this from a different angle, but I know my husband and I are on the same page when it comes to this stuff too, and I think that's important. Your partner, your spouse, whoever you share your life and your kids with you have to be on the same page when it comes to.
Right. And that's 100% true. And they should be doing the same things that I've talked about up here too. They have to show an interest in it. They have to kind of be engaged. They have to be willing to take that trek with you, because it's not all the mom. It's not all the dad. It's got to be both if it is both. So, totally agree. Good point. All right. Anything else? Anybody else? Any website you want to talk about in particular? All right. I am going to show you one other thing. And I was just going to go over real quickly because Kaylee, I'm not talking to mine. Kaylee has an Instagram. Okay. This one is mine. And I'm just going to show you really quickly how you manage it. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, time out. Okay, I don't want to change my password. All right, so right here, I don't have my sex on there. My bio is really straightforward. Where is the? This is going to make me really crazy that I can't remember this. There is a place on here where you can lock the account. That's what I'm looking at, because I'm fairly certain you can, and I'm fairly certain it has to do, no, that's not it. And that's not it either, I just logged right out. This is how you log out. This is how you log out. I can do it on my phone like in 5 seconds.
I think it might be a phone only thing.
Yeah, I think it might be a phone only thing, but I know you can change your settings to private, and it'll show the little lock. And then, like, let's say I go to log on to one of my kids' friends' accounts that has a locked account. It shows their picture, it shows their bio, which is why you have to be careful about their bio too. And then it just shows this user's account is private. I have a couple friends that think their children's are private, and then I go on them and I'm like, hey, by the way, did you know your child's Instagram isn't private and somebody named Big Balls McGee is following them? Literally, that was the name on one of them, and I was like, I don't think that's an appropriate person to be following a 14-year-old. Do you? She locked her kid's name down within 5 minutes, blocked like 15 people that her kid had just blithely accepted. What kid knows what that screen name means? So yeah, it's important to lock it down. It's important to, make sure that you're doing the right thing with that. All right, so that's basically it. If anybody has any questions or concerns, you're welcome to tweet me. Again, it's KatieB480 on Twitter. On Facebook, you're welcome to add me on there. And if you have any questions or whatever, feel free to tweet me. Okay? And I think we got done right on time. Thanks, guys.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hutch Bailey Jr., and what I'm going to try to do today is explain how you take your recorded podcast and take it live. I'm a talk radio host. I have two shows currently, Cold War Radio and Steel City Resistance. We put on the shows 4 nights a week. And I'm just going to go through some different things, how I got there and how you can go there. Does anybody have their own podcast? So you're looking to go live, I'm taking it. Hopefully we'll be able to shed a little bit of light on that. This is my wife, Jen, my beautiful wife, Jen, running the camera. She was pretty impressed today because we went and ate lunch around the corner at a pizza shop, and I'm wearing a white shirt. And she was nervous. I did good. Doesn't happen very often. Anybody from outside Pittsburgh, out of town? All right, homegrown crowd. All right. Now I've been running live since 2013 with recording podcasts since 2006. And I'm going to explain a little bit about the difference and how I got there. In 2000, now that's a misprint. That's supposed to say 2006. From 2006 to 2013, I ran a show called Bird's Eye View. Had a pretty big following, and we enjoyed it. It started out being a show about my son's football career, and it morphed into something totally different. But the recording podcast is one thing. It didn't really have the fire I was looking for. We enjoyed doing it, but then we moved into Steel City Resistance because what happened is I'm a conservative talk radio show host. And every now and then, I would bring some of that into Bird's Eye View, and the audience didn't like that. So we decided to not do that anymore on Bird's Eye View, to keep it strictly about Pittsburgh and things like that. And we splintered off and did another show. I hooked up at Podcamp probably in 2010 with Ward Miller, and we started Steel City Resistance, which is more of a serious show of a political nature. Then he retired, and I got another co-host, Mr. J, from down in Orlando, Florida, and he's still with me to this day. We started Cold War Radio in 2013. What happened in 2013 was a big year for us. We decided that just recording a podcast wasn't good enough. We wanted to reach a live audience. So we started working with a radio station, an internet radio station, the 405 radio out of Los Angeles. And we started signing in one day a week. We'd Skype into the show. They produce our show. And it was all right for a while, but we ran into, the thing about radio is there's a lot of egos in radio. And there was some ego bumping going back and forth. We ended up leaving the 405, and we didn't do anything for a while. But then I met a guy named Wayne Dupree, and we started doing, I went on his show and was his substitute co-host, and we decided we wanted to make our own radio station. So that took about a year and a half. I don't want to miss any of this. Well, we'll get to it. Anyway, so the first thing we started was recording podcasts. If you listen to Podcasting 101, that's what they were talking about. There's no pressure recording a podcast because you're in your studio by yourself. You can pause anytime you want. You can go back and edit it, and you can come out with a really decent product. But there's no pressure. I like pressure. So we decided we're going to go on a 405 meter. We're going to go on an internet radio station. You guys are probably familiar with them. There's a lot of them. I helped found, and I'm currently, that's me right there, We Are America Radio with Wayne Dupree. And this is a conservative talk radio station. I have to warn you, for me to be able to pull off this presentation, I had to use my work. So there's going to be some areas where I'm going to show you different processes on live radio. I would ask you don't listen to the message. I'm not trying to play the message to you. I'm trying to let you see the different volume adjustments and how you blend things in. I'm not trying to push any politics, but it's all I had to work with. I had to use the material I had, and that's what I have. So I just wanted to say that. I don't want anybody to get offended. We Are America Radio. You have the 405radio.com out of LA. You have Progressive Radio Network, FDR Radio out of Detroit. So those are the stations that play your show. Okay, you give them the stream and they play your show. And they have all the listeners and the advertisers and things like that. So if somebody is going on the internet looking for radio stations, that's how they'll hear your show. Now you got platforms. This is where you produce your show. Currently, there's a lot of them. I gotta get my props here. There's Live 365. Spreaker's a good one. Spreaker, you can start off for free. And I'm going to show you how that works in a minute. You have TuneIn, Shoutcast, there's a lot of them. And they all have built-in platforms so you can produce your show just by signing up. Okay, now where you control your studio, your production, this is Spreaker. Correct, yes, Spreaker. This is Spreaker's basic module. And this is a very simple setup that just about anybody can use. You have to have your microphone hooked into your computer. You log on to this, get an account. It's a free account. Now there's more accounts that have more features, but you can get a standard free account on Spreaker. And this is built right into their website. You have your microphone controls, your mic in and out. This is the same waveform situation they were talking about in Podcasting 101. The additional features that make this more like a live radio station, because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to sound like somebody on terrestrial radio, somebody that has a professional radio show. Most of us want to have that sound. These allow you to do that. These are I can't remember what they're called. They're on the next couple slides, I'll tell you. But this is where the cube is. You can load any kind of MP3 file in there. Music, a clip if you have a news clip. I have a political show, so I use news clips all the time. Audio from YouTube or whatever. You also have some special effects over here. You've got an arena crowd, cartoon chipmunk, you got clapping, and the more you spend for this type of software, the more bells and whistles it has. But this is enough to get you started. And here you have the volume controls for the two tracks there, and you'll see how that's important in a second here. This is Spreaker's console for iPad. So you can do this right from your iPad. It's basically the same thing as on the previous screen. You have your two different inputs. You have your sound effects over here. You have your waveform, your sound meters, and you have your fader. Now your fader is important when you're transitioning to a commercial or to any kind of music or bumper music or anything like that. That's when your fader gets really important. And this is Live 365, which is also the same. Let me just use this way. It's also the same thing. It's a little bit different. You're lining up your, well, actually that's the show's name. This is kind of blurry, but you have your mic. This is your mic input. And this is your audio input that's going to come from your tracks. And I think the tracks are up here. Yeah, this is too blurry to work with. Sorry about that. This is what I use. This is Sam Broadcaster, Sam Pro Broadcaster. It's a little bit more in depth and it's not free. Okay, but you see each one of these is a separate window that you can create whatever console you like. You simply go up into the layout, that's a drop down and it lists all the different windows that you can put on here. This is a little bit more the way I do it. The most important thing is your show clock. Because one thing with live radio, it's not the same as a podcast. Live radio, you got to be on time. If you're going to have a show on a station, 9 times out of 10, there's going to be a show before you and a show after you. So you can't just do it at your leisure. You have to commit to a certain time and really to a certain day. You know, like I said, I do 4 nights a week. I do Steel City Resistance Sunday at 7, and then I do Cold War Radio Monday and Tuesday Monday at 7, Tuesday and Friday at 8. And I got to be sitting in the studio, and my partner has to be sitting in his studio down in Orlando 15 minutes before that. I start a half hour to make sure that everything's all lined up, because once 7 o'clock comes, you can't press the pause button. It's either on or it's not. And it's a lot of pressure. You have to have a plan. You got to have a couple plans. We have guests a lot, which I'm going to show you a little bit. Can everybody hear me? You can hear me in the back? Okay. When we have guests on, the way we communicate is by Skype. And if anybody wants to get into that, there's some business cards out there. I'll have business cards up here. I'll help you out. It's too complicated for this presentation. You have to use virtual audio cables and other things. But I'd be glad to talk to you after. But the thing is now we got a guest that's lined up. I do a break 15 minutes into the show, and that's when I tell my guests to call in. And most of the time it works out right. But if you plan on having a guest on for a half hour, and the guest doesn't call, you got to have a backup plan. Or you're going to be sitting there. It's different than a podcast. Again, you can't press pause. There's people listening. There's people listening live. And that's not on here. Maybe it's on another one. One of these consoles tells you how many live listeners you have. So you know in real time how many people are listening. Now, this is called encoders. This platform, Sam Pro Broadcaster, Sam Broadcaster Pro, you can enter this encoder information to all of those platforms that I showed you before. TuneIn, Live 365, Shoutcast, all those different radio stations or platforms. You can broadcast to them by having the proper encoder information in Sam Broadcaster. Okay, this is Spreaker. Now this is when you're back in your studio creating your show. Okay, what you do is you fill out, this is built into the website, you fill out what the show is. The show is Cold War Radio. What the episode is, Cold War Radio 238. There's 2 buttons up here. If you just wanted the standard live, the broadcast right now, that's the button you hit. The other one stays live all the time. Don't ever hit that. That's a messed up situation. I don't know what they have it for. But you have your sharing down here. As soon as you hit broadcast, it shares with all those different social media areas. And then you can check off explicit content, download enabled, or private. And I hit private a half hour before every episode. Every time I go on, I hit private, and I do a 10-second check to make sure that I'm going to sound all right on the other side. And that has saved my show a lot of times because different quirks happen and you have to reboot your show. You just have to remember to take it back off before you go on the air or else nobody can hear you, and I've done that. Now this information over here, I told you before that you can put the encoder information right in SAM Broadcaster. This is where you get it. Whatever, depending on what you select here, it's going to generate this code right here. So you copy this code and put it back here. And that's how, when you press play on SAM Broadcaster, it broadcasts on Spreaker. Any questions about that? It's pretty important. But, you know, it's important, but when you get ready to go on, you'll be well versed in this. Now, a special thing about Spreaker is Spreaker, I have an account where I can broadcast up to 5 hours live. It cost me, I can't remember, it cost me $160 or something a year. The thing about Spreaker is if you have a decent show and you can get people to follow you, it doesn't show on here, but about 1,500 people follow me on Spreaker. If you can get 100 people to follow you, and I think you have 5 shows, you can submit to iHeartRadio. And if iHeartRadio accepts your show, they start paying all the bills. So when I share this, it not only goes to Spreaker and Alive 365, it gets published to iHeartRadio automatically. So once you have that, it's free. And I didn't even know about it until after I bought the thing. And then I put it in, I submitted it, and they accepted it. So that's just a little bit of an incentive for you to have a good show. And again, what you're trying to do is you're trying to make it sound as close as possible to a live radio show. Okay, why are we on this one? We are on this one because the encoders, the way you put the encoders in that you saw on that Spreaker page, is you have to fill all this out. And if you looked on there, let's just go back. It shows all the information you need. It shows right here. So you fill all that information into those blocks, hit OK, and then when you hit the broadcast button, actually what you do is right-click the encoders and start all. Once you start those encoders, it's going to go to all the places that you identified right here. Now, this, to control your microphone, if you're going to be using multi sources for input, which if you have a radio show that's going to sound good, you have to do that. You have to have breaks, you have to have bumper music, you have to have an intro, you have to have an outro. Sometimes you're going to be having guests, and when you have guests, you're going to have to be able to control the audio levels. Now, what this does is, let's go through these real quick. Because I know it looks, the first time I stood behind this and I was getting ready to do a show, I was terrified. I'm looking at this thing going, oh my God, what am I going to do here? Well, the most important thing's right here. This box right here controls your microphones. All right, unless you push that button, your microphone is not hot. Right now, anything that you play, these are your MP3 files. Your commercials, your intro, whatever, any kind of audio file that you want to put in your show is in one of these 2 decks. Well, no, it's in this deck. This is the history of the ones that you've played before, which is nice because if you have a show more than one time a week, you can skip down here to last show and pull up the files that you need that are the same files, like the intro and the outro, things like that. But anything that you double-click here will start playing in deck A. And then as long as the microphone's off, it'll play at whatever you have it set right here. As soon as you put that microphone on, depending how you have it set inside here, right here, will depend how loud the music is versus your voice. Now, if you're on a radio show, you want to sound like a professional radio show, so you don't want to be all in the background and the music's all high. So you take this slide bar right here, and this says 83%, I think. So my voice is 83%, and the music is down there, whatever, 20%, 16%. So you have music in the background, and my voice, the microphone is dominant. That's critical right there. And when you get done and you uncheck the mic and go back to the music, if you were going to do that, this shows you how that transition takes effect. If it's right now, or if it's a slow curve, so it fades back in, that's what this is all about. These are not really that important. These aren't really that important. There's at least not for this presentation, they're not. Okay, now I go on a radio station. A lot of times my show, the way we do it on War Radio, is your show lasts 55 minutes. At the end of 55 minutes, you take the SAM or the Live 365 console and you take it off live. There's a built-in music roll that plays 24/7. You select the basic right here and save at 55 minutes when your show's over. The next guy comes on, I come on, and I have to go into Live 365, and as close as I can to the top of the hour, I usually do it at 10 seconds until 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. I'll go in here and select live and hit save. So now you're broadcasting on two separate places through Sam Broadcaster by using Live 365 has the same information that I showed you on Spreaker. They have encoders. You put that encoder text in Sam Broadcaster. As soon as you hit broadcast on Sam, it's going to start broadcasting here, as long as this is set to live. All right, now, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to give you a couple examples of the way audio should sound on a live show. And again, I got to tell you, I got to give you a warning. I run a conservative talk radio show. I did the best I could to get everything political out, but there may be a little bit. That's not what I want you to listen to. What I want you to listen to is the crossfade. I want you to understand why those levels were important and listen to the music and then how the voice comes in and the transition there. This is my actual intro. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cold War Radio Live on our home base, WAAR Radio. We are America Radio, the #1 political talk radio station on Live 365. I'm Hutch Bailey Jr., deep down in the bunker in the city of Pittsburgh. Let's activate the Southern Command and welcome Mr. J to the program from outside Orlando. Good evening, Mr. J.
Good evening, Hutch. The Alpha Male state-of-the-art Southern Command studios and newsrooms are armed and activated this evening.
Outstanding. Please follow us on Spreaker, ladies and gentlemen. Like the Facebook page, facebook.com/Cold War Radio 405. So you see how the intro music faded down when I pressed it? Yes, sir. Man, I can't see that far.
A question about this music. Usually when you play, like, if you don't like crazy music, you have like to clear with your copyright. Do you have to do that, or?
That music that is a valid question. I found that is the theme to a video game called Cold War Radio, and I copied it, and if somebody bothers me, we'll deal with it then. But you're right, you have to be careful with copyrighted music, and one of the ways that we deal with that is because you'll hear copyrighted music in bumpers and sliders, which I'm going to show you in a minute. But you don't get into trouble if you don't play the whole thing. If you sit there and play the whole song, that's different than just playing a little bit of it. And again, I'm not going to try to give you legal advice. I haven't gotten in any problems yet. I've been doing it since 2006. That's not to say you can't. I try to use pod-safe music a lot, but I've been drifting more and more away from that and using old music clips like they do on the radio. Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question about microphone? Which microphone would you recommend to use?
Well, it depends on, if you're just starting out, I like XMLs, but a lot of people like the Yeti. I have a mixer. I started before the USB microphones came out. So I have a mixer, the whole mixer is a USB mixer, but my XLR microphone ends are all old school. So a Yeti, were you in the last segment on Podcasting 101?
No.
They had a big thing about microphones. I can't remember. Snowball. Snowball's the name of the other one, and Yetis are nice microphones, but there's so many of them out there, and most of them are good quality. You don't have to spend an arm and a leg, but you can. There's microphones that are $1,000, you know. But I recommend that almost any of the low end for somebody who's just getting started. You might as well go with the USB mic. It's so easy. That's what I take on the road. Whenever I have to do one of my shows on the road, I take my Yeti with me, and it's a big silver microphone, and it's pretty good.
A couple $100.
How much?
Yeah, is it like a couple $100?
No, I think it was $100. Anybody else buy a Yeti lately? I think it was around $100, something like that. You can get them for cheaper than that too. Now, you also have to have, unless you want to just talk, or whatever. By the way, let me regroup. Live radio can be on any subject. There's live streaming internet radio stations that cover football, basketball, any sport, any kind of event, any kind of food network, whatever subject matter there is where media is involved, there's an internet radio station doing something with it. So let me just put that out there. This is just my venue, what I do. But when you do that, you're going to want to have some kind of a break, because eventually you might get sponsors. So you want to work that in to where you have a segment, then you go to break, and then you come back. And what this is going to show you, it's going to show you what a break sounds like, what a properly set up break sounds like, and how you have to, what you do is you have to manage all those MP3 files when I showed you the deck, and you have them lined up in a proper order so you can do this. Now, why do I have two here? I don't know, we're going to find out. This is a regular break. Right off, this is actually off one of my episodes.
If one of the GOP candidates, one of the more conservative ones, they wouldn't get any airtime, but Trump has mastered the ability to get that airtime.
No doubt about it. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to Cold War Radio on We Are the Music in the background, the #1 political talk radio station on Live 365. So that's Bailey Jr. and Mr. J. Don't go anywhere, we're just getting started. And the music volume goes up. This is Cold War Radio on We Are American Radio, WAAR. There's your bumper with the copyrighted music behind it.
Okay, I'm reloaded. It's about to go down. It's going down on the #1 political radio station on Live 365 with yours truly, Dan Adams, on my show, Political Heat. Sunday evenings, 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bringing the heat that liberals can't defeat. Join me, Dan Adams, on my show, Political Heat, live on War Radio.
CDC says negative test results of
PSAs.
Ebola doesn't mean you don't have Ebola. If the test says you are Ebola-free, we assume you are Ebola-free, the head of the CDC Ebola response team said in Sierra Leone. In many cases, a negative test at that stage means nothing because there aren't enough copies of the virus in the blood for the test to pick it up. To learn more, visit EbolaOutbreakMap.com. EbolaOutbreakMap.com.
In the background was the growing struggle between two great powers to shape the post-war world. Soviet Russia was expansively stabbing West. Little town of Montany made this.
And bumper music coming back into the show.
At the Elbe River in Germany. Here, two worlds.
And welcome back to Cold War Radio on We Are America Radio, ladies and gentlemen. Now the format of the program is a little different, and that's just because of it being the political season. Now, what you heard there was you heard a promo of Dan Adams, another guy that does a radio show on the same station. So that's one way to promote your station, is to bring other shows on. Actually, he's from Pittsburgh too. The next kind of promo you could do if you have an editor is you can go through your show and you can find different areas that you like, different sound bites, and you can put a promo together like that to give to other shows to play your promo. This is just a short one like that. In the bunker in the city of Pittsburgh, and now opening the Southern Command from Orlando, Florida, Mr. J joins the program.
Hutch, the Southern Command is armed and activated.
The guy said that just before we'd gotten there, that somebody had fired a 50 caliber round, and the only reason they knew is they could hear it ricocheting through the trees. But you know what, I thought maybe they're using the dispersers, kind of like Vietnam, they would probe the enemy. Scary, because I think I'm the only one that had a weapon on me,
I was going to ask that question.
Yeah, he's a man's man, and I would much rather have that man as our leader than what we've got now, unfortunately.
405media.com.
You're on the 405.
So anyway, that's yeah, you got to have merchandise too. That's another benefit of having live radio. But that's your two different kinds of promos other than PSAs that we do, just to help ourselves out. Now the crossfade, I believe this is All right, this is just another example. You heard before I went to promo in the one segment. You heard music behind me. What we usually do, you look at that show clock. That show clock is running the show. When I see my break is every 15 minutes. So when I see it's 14 minutes, I start playing some music behind me. And that gets the audience ready to know that we're getting ready to go on break. Right? And then I play it and then it goes into the promo. But this, you can also have music behind certain segments of the show. Like for instance, my show is called Cold War Radio, and the third segment is always, actually the fourth segment, is always Today in Cold War History. We give a 5-minute rundown of what happened during the Cold War during that time frame. And we play the Soviet Union national anthem behind it, just because they were our big adversaries in the Cold War. So I'll just play a little bit of that.
The crusade for freedom is your chance and mine to fight communism. Join now by sending your contributions to General Clay, Crusade for Freedom, Empire State Building, New York City. Or join in your local community.
It's your bumper coming back in the show. segment of Cold War Radio, which means it's time for Today in Cold War History with Mr. J.
Your Cold War history for this day, May 8th. On this day, 1963, South Vietnamese soldiers of the Catholic president, Ngo Dinh Diem, opened fire on Buddhists defying a ban on the flying of the Buddhist flag on Vesak, killing 9 and sparking the Buddhist crisis. 1966, a plane crash at Connellsville, Pennsylvania, kills Pennsylvania Attorney General Walter E. Alessandri, his wife, and other state officials. 1970, the Hard Hat riot occurs in the Wall Street area of New York City as blue-collar construction Israeli Sarah net call commandos reach.
So you can hear that music in the background. Kind of fitting, we kind of like that segment, but that's something that you all do with the broadcast controls. And you can do it with, I don't know how good, I've never used the beginners tools. I jumped right into Sam Broadcaster because a guy gave me a copy. Now the other thing you want to do, and you want to do professionally because it's the last thing that people hear, and if they made it all the way to the end, you want them to come back. So you got to have a decent sounding outro, and this will be the last audio file that we use. This is the actual outro to my show.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we have. Over to you, Mr. J.
It starts playing
back in
a minute and a half before 9
tomorrow night.
It's in the
All right,
back.
I want to thank everybody for tuning in to Cold War Radio and chiming in on the chat. We always love that conversation. You can find the show notes for this show at coldwarradio.wordpress.com. You can find me at MRJA USA at Facebook, Twitter, and Tea Party Community. Keep it here. Patriot Politics with Sierra is up next, I do believe, and we'll be back here at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Join us.
Thank you, Mr. J. We'll put this other command back on reserve status until tomorrow night. I want to thank everybody for listening live, and as Mr. J said, in the chat room, and for those of you that listen to it at your leisure on our many different platforms. I want to thank Wayne Dupree, founder and president of War Radio, for having this outstanding platform. I'm Hutchman Jr. on Facebook, ladies and gentlemen. Bird's Eye View on Twitter. Thanks for letting us into your life for 1 hour. And as every time, God bless.
Volume comes back up on the outro music, and it plays for another minute. And that gets us to the end of the show. Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments so far? All right, I want to talk a little bit about the advantages of live streaming over podcasting. Podcasting is something it's fun to do. Every one of these live shows ends up being a podcast. So it really is a podcast, but you're just broadcasting it live, which if you heard in the outro, Mr. J was thanking the people in the chat room. When you have a live broadcast, you can have people interacting as you're going on social media, in the chat room, or whatever. Some of the other advantages, whatever venue that you're in, or whatever area of interest that your show is, if you have a live stream, one of the advantages is, now I'm in the news business. One of the advantages is credentials. When you're on a station, an internet radio station, that has any type of, that is genuine. It's a good internet station, it's registered. When you go to an event, or you sign up to go to, now we're politics, you go to CPAC. Next weekend I'm going to Defending the American Dream. The end of September I'm going to the Values Voters Summit in DC. When my station contacts the people at those events, I get the same media credentials that Fox News gets. Those credentials right there are the same as CNN gets. I go to the same place with CNN. I talk to those guys. I get the same interviews that they get. It's just something that I only became aware of it a couple years ago. But the fact is, that's a fact right there. We're the media. The media is dying around us. And they're not going to die all the way out. A lot of people have made transitions from new media and social media into the actual legacy media. But any event you go to, if you're with a station, or even if you write a blog, if you're with a station, they can get you media credentials. The other part about that is I don't pay to go to any of those events. I got to pay for my hotel and to get there. Just ask her. But I don't have to actually pay for the event. And you're lined up with, if you've ever seen my Facebook icon or avatar, it's with Campaign Carl Cameron, because I was talking with him for a while. This is down at CPAC in 2014, which was an event in DC, and you can see him wearing his credentials. What there is, I don't know if I have a picture of this, I can't remember, but any event that you'll have about the Super Bowl or about politics or anything, the hotel where they hold the event will have what's called a radio row, where you have radio stations and internet radio stations lining both walls of a big long hallway. Or I've had them where I interviewed David Horowitz in a room where all the radio stations were. But he's sitting on War Radio's radio row right there. That's my partner for Florida. This is our team when we went down there. And this was our radio station. It was right, you can see the microphones right here. And there's curtains. And there were stations on both sides of us. No, all we were was podcasters the year before this. Now, Wayne, this guy's interviewed everybody you ever heard of. Everybody, every single person that's up on that debate stage, he's interviewed already on our radio station. Some of them know him by name. Trump knows him by name. And like I said, I met him on Twitter 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But anyway, that was our crew 2 years ago. I didn't go last year. That's Radio Row right there. That's Radio Row for the Super Bowl. See ESPN. Well, there's also internet radio on there too, guaranteed. Guys just like us. I had a chance to interview a lot of people so far. I want to do a whole lot more. This is a really good comedian, but he's also an activist. Evan Sayet, Colonel retired Kurt Schlicker's been on my program a couple times. This guy was really interesting. Lukman Barwari, the president of the Kurdish National Congress of North America. He had a lot of insight about the Kurds and what's going on with ISIS. Lieutenant Colonel Alan West has been on my program. Matter of fact, in 2013, Wayne and I interviewed Colonel West. Wayne and I and Alyssa, the dark-haired woman that was on that picture, that group photo, we interviewed Colonel West, and it won Podcast of the Year. It won, what was the organization? National Bloggers Club Podcast of the Year, Best in Show. So that was a plus. Now, this one here, I got to tell you about this one. John Bolton used to be the ambassador of the United Nations for the United States. Very smart guy. If you're talking about the Middle East, jihad, things like that, this is the guy to talk to. He's brilliant. I had it all lined up where you never get to talk to them. You talk to their people, right? And their people gave me the phone number to his office at what time I was supposed to call. And all my software broke down. I mean, I was sweating. I was in a panic. I had to call Ambassador John Bolton and tell him we couldn't do the show because my stuff broke. It was the most humiliating thing that ever happened. But again, it's like I said, even my recording capability was broken. If I would have had recording capability, I would have just recorded the interview. But I haven't got a chance to get back with him yet either. That was lovely.
Okay. Did you raise your hand?
News comedy.
News comedy. Oh, that's cool. Is it satiric or are you?
A lot of it is a lot of like random images, like the stuff you see like back pages or something.
Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. Any others? What are the rest? Are you what bloggers? Some of you. Okay. Well, who? Just out of curiosity, I had it's kind of a fun photo. What? Who edits their own podcasts? Are you, okay. So of those, I want to show you this in a second. Of those, what is this?
Hand up.
Yes. I thought it'd be so fun to make a T-shirt and go around and people ask about it, and then you can get into describing, oh, it's about podcasting, kind of an easy in, especially this one. That's my so but it's kind of a fun little thing. So so we can. I'll go ahead and get started here. How many have actually used Tweet Jukebox and know about this? So Kim, only because I told you about it.
Yes.
But so good. So this is going to be a totally new experience, and I'm going to go over also a little bit of how to use it and the benefits of it. But first, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Sharon Merrill, and I have the podcast. It's called the UU Perspective, and this is about Unitarian Universalists, and we are a faith organization, and we're all about social justice, environmental justice, any of the justices. We're kind of that future thinking faith. And so I interview individuals who tell about their experiences and how they're out there changing the world. And so we get some really, really interesting guests that come on the show and spread the word so that other people can get involved in making a difference. And also, what I do this for fun. And my actual job is I own a music store. And it's in Lakewood, Ohio. It's just a little western suburb of Cleveland. And that's a lot of where I'm going to kind of tell you from that and doing the podcast, the social media scheduling platforms, what I'm not satisfied with and how it affected me where I went to using this Tweet Jukebox. So if we go through and we ask what's popular. So what have you used before? What scheduling platforms?
Hootsuite.
Hootsuite. What else? SweetDeck. What else? Anybody have tried?
Buffer.
There you go. And anybody use this one?
Yeah.
Exactly. So, and of these three, and there's one I'll show you in a moment. Hootsuite, I had an intern that I hired, and they were working for my music store, and I also had it roll over into my podcast too. And I had them scheduling things on there. Well, I found with the free version, it was limiting. There was no way that I could, do enough tweets out far enough. And I could not just schedule tweets that were of my old episodes and have them continuously kind of recycle to kind of re-invite people to the old episodes. And that was the problem. I mean, they could do it, but it would be a lot of work over and over again. Okay, for this day, this day, this day. And it was just a big time sucker, really. And I tried the paid version, and the paid version allowed me to do, more platforms, so I could do, my Twitter account, my LinkedIn account, my Facebook account all at once. So that was fine, but still, again, the scheduling thing, I just couldn't get into scheduling things that would just cycle through and save me time. So then I had and of course Buffer, I told my intern, hey, I heard about this Buffer thing, go try that one out. So I had him try that. I said, tell me what you think. And he told me that, it's kind of the same as Hootsuite. It's not quite as user-friendly.
And so, okay, there's no improvement there. In fact, it might have been a little bit more limiting than Hootsuite, which meant you had to go to the paid version. And of course, as Kim said, Edgar, you just can't afford it. So then I had another overzealous part-time worker who decided he was going to set up this IFTTT. He goes, oh, you're gonna love this. We'll be able to schedule out. And I'm like, what is this? Oh, well, I'll show you later. And I had no idea. And over the past few months, I did a lot of traveling, and so I did not look into it. And I let him go on a little rampage with it. And I got people saying to me, boy, you sure post a lot. Like, I'm getting, my spouse says, I blocked you because you're tweeting and you're tweeting too much on Facebook. I'm like, okay. So I told my intern, I said, you know what, tone down it, let's post 3 times a week, a couple times a day. Okay, so here again, I'm still seeing all these many tweets. One day, 20 Facebook posts went out at the same time in 1 hour. And I'm like, oh my God. So both of these guys, my intern and my part-timer, I said, who did this? And who's Facebook bombing? And not cool. And so my part-timer says, oh, sorry, I must have hit the send button. And I'm like, oh, geez. So again, but at that point I didn't know it was this IFTTT. And I'm like, what the heck does this stand for? And I'm going, I found this logo yesterday and I'm like, if this, then that. I'm like, oh my God, okay, I get it now. Because then the other day, again, on Facebook, here are some more 13-hour, 5 posts, 12 hours, 5 posts, 11 at the 11th hour, 5 posts. I'm like, this is crazy. So what happens with this and why I don't like it, okay, you can take YouTube and then if something happens on YouTube, then it will post to Twitter. And if something happens on Twitter, well then it'll post to Facebook. But then if it happens on Instagram, well it can post to Facebook again. So I'm like, okay, no. I said, how can we stop this? And I had to go in and I erased every single recipe because this was a recipe for disaster. Talk about Facebook bombing and Twitter bombing, no way. So we go to something that's going to be simple. So we go to Tweet Jukebox. And I really love this platform just for the fact that, first of all, it's set up very simply. So we've got just basically 3 areas. You've got your My Jukebox. You also have scheduled tweets. And then you can look at recent mentions and you can add your jukeboxes. So when we go into looking at the jukeboxes here, and we open this tab up, we're going to have up to, for the free version, and right now it's free through January. At that point, I'm not sure what's going to happen. I know there was going to be a limited free version that you could post so many tweets, plus then you could have a certain amount of jukeboxes, and right now it's 5. So with the 5 jukeboxes, you could create your own. And if you see here, I have old posts and podcast release. And that's the hugest advantage for us as podcasters. Because now we can create podcast release. We can do whatever podcast is coming out. We can post like 10 different tweets that are going to go out at scheduled times for a certain number of days. Then after that, what I can do is I can then re-download those through an Excel file, which I'll show you in a moment, and then I put them in this jukebox. And a jukebox is basically, we're talking about a folder. It's an easy way to say it's a folder. So, and we get to name them whatever we want, put in whatever we want. So we put them in the old episode, and I have those cycling through the whole week. So at this point, and we'll look afterwards, I think there's probably, about 15 episodes, or no, actually all of them are probably in there now, because I downloaded them. So we've got over, say, 200 different old episode tweets that are cycling through. So then it reminds people, oh, here's another episode that you can take a look at. Look at episode 3 if you want to learn about
you know, the new Jim Crow laws. So something like that. So what we can do is we can also, they have free jukeboxes. So, and there's up to, right now there's about 75 free jukeboxes that are inside of this that you can download. So, and you can see some of them right here that I tried to download, that I did download. The initial jukeboxes that Tweet Jukebox had, they have one that's 200 quotes. That's for free. That's part of your subscription when you sign up for it. But and you can turn these off. You don't have to use them. And then you can also do another one that's 100. I believe it's 100 photos, and it's just photos. And those again you can download, and those will cycle through the way you want to schedule them. So, and I'll tell you the advantage of those that I've had with that in a moment. So, now the other thing is obviously we have auto scheduling, and that's the big time saver, okay? So if we're scheduling where in the posts, say my podcast release, the new ones and then the old posts, then I am able to be more effective with my reach, okay? I'm reaching more people with way less effort, and I'm also creating then more interaction. And once I've created that more interaction, my followers are growing. And what has happened is I have at least 15 to 20 new followers each week. So before, when I was doing it, I would maybe try to post something, and it was a lot of effort to go find things to post. And this way, with just these going out automatically, and the photos and the quotes, people are now starting to follow. So I get that kind of automatic recognition, and we get followers. So what happens when we want to, say, create our jukebox? So we can take, and at any time too, we can keep, when we've created our new jukebox, we can keep this off until we've added all our tweets that we want to add. And up here's our options where we have the option of adding, and then we have scheduling and our tweets that we'll add. So if I am making a new one, let's say I make one that's called guest quotes. I'll put that in, and then I can either schedule, eventually my scheduling is going to be just regular scheduling where I'm choosing the day and the time. And then I can do them so that they're either done once and done, or I can say they're good until a certain date. And then also, if I don't want those tweets to repeat after a certain amount of time, if I was doing it like, one every 15 minutes, I could say, okay, after they're all done, don't repeat those again for 7 days. So we have a lot of flexibility here and a lot of control over what happens to our tweets. So the other big thing, be sure to hit the submit buttons and any of the save buttons on whatever page you're on. Because if you don't, you've lost them. So it's not an automatic saver once you've written it in. Okay, so now we're going to go up to our tweets. How are we going to load those in? You can manually load them and do one at a time, or we can take, that would be just right here. We can add a new tweet. But here's the big advantage: uploading your tweets. So if we take and add them into an Excel sheet, and the big important thing is be sure that you write tweet_text so that it recognizes it inside the program. I'm not sure what it's all behind that, but I do it, and so it works. So what we do is we hit that upload tweets, and we're going to get this screen, and all I'm going to do is say choose the file. I'll go in, choose my file, and it downloads, and it goes through this warning, you cannot reverse this, map this, what you're doing, so you just hit yes. Because of course I want to download it. So here I am, I've downloaded it, And here's the cool thing. If you've made your tweet too long, it tells you. And it tells you which one is too long. So that, and it loaded all the rest of them now. So I've got this one that's too long. So number 9 here, okay, I can shorten it up. And usually inside of just the default, the way the Excel sheets turn out, usually around the K column. You don't want to go too much further than that. So I can go in, shorten that up, and then I can just manually put it in. So the other thing that I get to do too is I can edit and I can add photos to this, which is really nice. So the easy part is I can either hit this edit button and I can add to it, I can change it, and I get to this screen here, and I just write in what I'm going to have. And I also can choose my file and add a photo here. And again, it'll tell me if it's too long. It's not going to work. So that's just a bigger. So now if I go into my scheduling, here's where it becomes automated, where you don't have to think about it after you've put it in. So we've got all of these days listed here. And what's nice is these can be, they're on. You can also, when you hit the little thumbs, you can get a thumbs down and have them turn off. But you don't want them to be on during those times. So let's say I flip these on, I turn them on, and whenever when the ones that are green, whenever I change as far as the time, then automatically it changes these. So I don't have to do these all individually. So right there, that saves me time. So, and then the same with like my start time. If I want to, instead of starting on the hour, okay, I'm going to start it at say 1:50 a.m. And so then it would change it here and it would be set up. So as soon as I turn those back to the brown or whatever that is, then they're set. And then I can choose to do other days and do certain times and however many hours or minutes. Now, one thing, if your podcast, if it's something that's generally seen, let's say in the US, and you don't have a reach where you don't need it on at night, then you can go ahead and just have it cycle through, like say from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. at night. So you can set it up that way, rather than going 24 hours. It doesn't need to go 24 hours. My podcast, I reach kind of a worldwide audience, so I want it to go through the middle of the night so that, you know, it's reaching England when, you know, it's still midnight here. So I want it to do that 24 hours. So it all just depends on what your reach is and what you want to do with that. Now there's the scheduled tweets. So under our scheduled tweets, these, I have never really actually used this, and I just put this one in just for an example, because I do mine all under just the regular jukeboxes and scheduled there. So if you have something, let's say that's, like I put this in, episode 52, it's the 1-year anniversary of the UU Perspective. Okay, I want that to go out now in the end of February of 2016. So that will go out, and it's going to go out once every 5 hours. Now, the only thing, and let me say, Tim Fargo, who created this, he is very open to suggestions, and he'll answer you within a day. And with this, I'm going to ask that he creates an end time on these. Because once that starts going, okay, I have to remember to go in and stop it. So that's the only kind of little glitch that I'd say inside of this that I'd like to see some improvement on. So we have a way of scheduling tweets, say, if you have a product and you're releasing it, you're launching it. Okay, so now you can do it for, if you've got a week where you have this big launch happening, you can schedule out those tweets for that. And again, you can do the upload, you can put it on an Excel sheet, upload it, and you have it there, and it's automatically just going out. So, okay. And then this is what, when you pull this up, when you go to schedule, it looks a little different than just your regular like editing and manually putting in the tweets. Because here now we do have the start date, no end date. We have the time we want it to go, and then we have the frequency. So the frequency can go hours, days, weeks, a year out. You have a lot of choices inside of this. And again, you can choose your file, you can upload a picture if you're doing an ebook, put the cover in on it, you know, any type of event that you might be doing. And so now, if we go to this very last tab, it's recent mentions. And inside of this, we have, and I'm going to show you actually on my actual Tweet Jukebox account, you get the actual mentions, you see the lists as though you would see it like if you were in Twitter, in the Twitter account, you can see who's responded and what they've said. So in this, what's really nice is this was done for like a 7-day period. So these are all the unique users that happen within a 7-day period. Now the big deal on here is look at these users and what their reach is. This one, senior executive, 12,000 people. So I'm looking at these 6 right here and going, if I interact with this person, then it's going to reach their followers too. So this is great information to have in your pocket to know who to interact with. So a lot of great information here. And that was done, there we go, by using this tab here. If I go to this tab, then I get a graph. I don't look at that a whole lot, but that's just, it's just another way of viewing your users. But I really like the names. Oh, and also, what's really great is you can click on these and you go right to their account, to their Twitter account. So you can find out, make sure that you're following them if you want to, since they've interacted with you. So that's great too. It's like, oh, I want to follow the senior executive advisor there. So, and her and I did have a few interactions online. So it's really handy with this list. And of course, this grows as the more you get into it, the more followers you get that interact with you. Okay, there we go. Okay, now the other thing, and this is totally hidden right here. This, you actually click on your logo and this drop down will come. The thank you tweets. This is really cool because Tweet Jukebox is doing this for you. You do not have to do anything. They are taking, every Friday, they're taking your unique interactors and they're sending a thank you to them. And I don't know about you, but when I talk about, it's like, cool. And that's how I found Tweet Jukebox, because it said top interactor for the week, and so-and-so wants to thank you for being their top interactor. And it said via tweetjukebox.com. I'm like, oh, click on it, and that's how I got hooked into this and how I found it. Because I just thought, wow, you noticed me. And sure, inside of this now, I know that it might be, because if you notice, I can turn this off, I don't have to use it. But you can do up to 50 users. So if 50 people come up, unique users come up, they'll send that thank you out. And it's to the individual person, it's not like it's lumped together. So you really have an effect on how people feel, and you're getting more kind of creating that little bit of a relationship with them. And they really react to it. And what's cool is they'll retweet that they got to be the top interactor. So they either favorite it or they retweet it. So again, it's going out, getting more exposure for your brand, your podcast, or blog, or whatever you're doing. So the other thing too, there was the menu across the top, and they have Jukebox Store that I was talking about. There are over right now 75 different jukeboxes you can choose from. Now, I have to say that those jukeboxes, because I showed you in the beginning there in my jukebox, there were some different ones in there, and one was called Brainy Quotes, and another, there's one that's like 500 quotes that you can use. So you download those. Now you can go through and edit out ones that are not going to fit your audience, which is a good thing. Especially on the ones, there's some, well, let me just say, there's a lot in there that are photo quotes, and unfortunately the photo quotes, you can't preview them. And they're more kind of branding themselves. It's like photo, at, hashtag photo, at, and then the person's name. But you don't see what's on that photo quote. So I did it. I started out within about 3 hours. I had a couple of them went out. And somebody was offended by one of them. And I'm like, oh my God. And I looked at it and I'm like, oh, I would never send this one out. So you cannot preview some of the photo ones that are in there. And I let him know, and he actually requested that the people actually have a preview of the photo quotes now. And I'm not downloading any of those since I can't see them. Because, the picture's about, ooh, this is big. You can't read anything. So I just stick with the ones that that are readable quotes. Some people put in things like Oprah's quotes, different oddball stuff like that. But I've had the most success with the tweet jukebox and the ones that they created. The ones that were the initial 200 quotes that they give you, and then the photographs, just the plain, really, stock image, actually beautiful photographs. And when I put those in, when I first started this, I thought, oh, yeah, okay. I had more interaction from those photos and from the quotes than I ever thought. And that's where I began to get my first followers that were, looking to, that saw these and they signed up. They started following. So people love quotes and they love the photos. And I have those cycle through at about every 3 hours or so, that a new quote comes up or a new photo comes up. And inevitably, you've got people that are retweeting it or favoriting it. And then I get new ones that pick up on it. And some are followers that, I don't really, they aren't people that are gonna be interested in my podcast, like some guy who does photography isn't. So let me show you. Oh no. So this is my jukebox, and I want to show you in here. So this is the recent kind of what's been happening, the recent mentions. Okay, so you're seeing some of these that should be old posts. Like right here, I got episode 3, in this third one. So these are my old ones that are coming back. The next one, episode 24. So people are retweeting and putting it out there, okay? And of course, the people that Janet Mason, that was her episode that I did. So she's sending it out, and so you get all this interaction, which I think is it's fabulous. What's happening with that? So, and then if you go into, let's say, if you went into my Twitter account, you would see, just looking on inside of the listings, if you go down the line, you can see all the ones that are the old posts that are cycling through, and that of the old episodes. So people are getting to see that again. And then people are retweeting those and favoriting those. So it really keeps your brand out there and keeps your episodes out there and everything. So are there any questions about this that you have at all? Yes?
How do you upload pictures? You said you showed the spreadsheet. How do you upload pictures?
So, okay, let me just do it in here. Okay. So if I go into here, all right, so I'm just gonna, let's say I'm I'm just gonna edit this. So where I'm gonna do it is I'm just gonna add my photo in here.
Okay, so I'm uploading one by one.
Yes, yeah, for that. Which is what I do, because most of mine, if I added a photo, it would be way too big for the whole tweet. So I go ahead and afterwards, I'll add the photo, and if it's too long, then I'll shorten my wording up inside of my tweet then.
Okay.
And I'll take my featured image for my episode, that's what I'll usually put up inside of it. Or on some of the generic ones I have, you know, have you heard of the UU Perspective? You know,
Yeah.
subscribe here. I'll have then my logo will be up on there.
Okay.
Yeah. So is this? Does it sound like something that would actually? Do you feel like you can see it's something that would save you time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't think about it. On Thursday night, because my episodes come out on Friday. So on Thursday, I take my Excel sheet and I take what I already have and I just fill it in. I only do about 10 different posts. And some are, you can download them, look at them, and you can then delete it too. So you don't have to keep it. Let's try to find the one. The ones that, it was this one that had I think the offensive image that people didn't like. Okay, so like this one. And it also tells you you've already purchased it if you already have it downloaded. So I would stick initially with the ones that are the Tweet Jukebox symbol, just because you know exactly what they are. And I'm actually, from my music store, I had my intern, he created over 200 music quotes. And so they're allowing me, I can upload that into this Jukebox store. So there'll be 200 different music quotes that'll be added to this within the next week. Once I figure out how to do that, that's a whole new thing. So, so like I said, you know, whatever interests people have, they add to it. Tim Ferriss, this stuff's in here. They got, I don't know what it is. You can rate them, which I should have rated some of those before I deleted them, because you have to rate them once you download them. And some of those I would have rated probably a 3 because of the fact you didn't know what they were. So I just have a feeling with this few downloads, like 18 downloads, I don't know if it's the people who own these that are actually rating them. So it's funny that they have totally all 5-star ratings. So. And like I said, I don't know exactly what Tim is going to do as far as what the payment system will be and how much. When it first came out in January, I noticed that there was one of the payments was like $29 a month. Whether it's that, I mean, and you were getting a lot of like unlimited jukeboxes and everything. So I'm sure there'll be a free version, but again, it'll be limited, I believe, on the tweets, how many tweets you can send out, like per month or something. But I don't know exactly. But he's going to roll that out come January. So it's worth at least trying for right now, from now to January, to have it for free, and realize that, you know, I like I said, once I download these on Thursday, I don't have to worry about it. Come Monday, I then re-download that same file into the old podcast release, into that old one. And then I don't have to think about it. But then I have all that interaction from all of the different people, and to gain that 15 to 20 new followers each week, I'm just like, wow, it's effective. So, and you know who to interact with too. So, any other questions that you might have about it? All right. Well, that's all for me. That's basically the tour through Tweet Jukebox. So, thank you.
Yes.
So how was everybody's first day? Did everybody learn something new today?
Yes.
Yeah? All right. Great. Well, I just wanted to close out the day number one with just a couple things. There is an after party tonight at Tavern 245, which if you go out the front doors, you make a left, and then the very first right, and you can't miss it. It's a gigantic sign that says Tavern 245. So there is a rooftop bar, a mid-level bar, and then the downstairs bar. So just come mingle. It is a cash bar and cash food. So just come mingle. They are not expecting us, however, until 5:30 or 6 o'clock. So you have a little bit of time to kill. Go get something to eat, move your cars, check on home, whatever you need to do. Tomorrow we start at 9:30 instead of 9, and that's just because our after parties tend to run really, really, really late. So we wanted to give extra time to everybody to sleep in tomorrow. And tomorrow does end at 3 o'clock with closing sessions, so just so you know, we'll be wrapping up early. There is a session added tomorrow, which is awesome because that's what we love at Podcamp is impromptu sessions. So it's actually called Insta Content. It'll be at 1 o'clock tomorrow in room C. It is updated on the website already. It'll be about Meerkat, Snapchat, Periscope, oh my. So all that instant content that people are still wondering about, you can come and learn about it. Does anybody have any questions at the end of day one? Yes?
You're taping all the sessions today and tomorrow, and where will they be available?
Everything is being live streamed, so there is already a website that is running, and the links are on our Twitter feed. At the end of the weekend, what happens is then each individual video is edited and re-put back up, and they will be tweeted out.
That'll be a while, but the Hangouts, like Google, the YouTube and everything that's streaming, you can go back like right now and look back at the session. So yeah, as long as everything went up okay, it's all there. And I don't think we had any problems that I'm aware of, other than room B, we had some audio problems the first session and a half. So
we can see the unedited version now.
yeah.
All the naughty bits.
Yeah, all the naughty bits.
And most of the session leaders will resend out their videos once they're launched. So just keep an eye on their streams. And
I did see a couple people taping their own sessions as well, which was completely encouraged. So.
Are there any other open spots?
I think we're full.
Yeah, they are full.
Okay.
Yeah, at this time. Keep in mind for next year too, because we will open sessions next year too. So that's a great thing to start thinking about next year. Any other questions for the end of day one?
How do we get to the party again?
I'm sorry, it is at Tavern 245. It starts at 5:30 or 6 o'clock. If you go right out the front of the building, make a left and then make a right. And you can't miss it, it's a big sign. And it's literally the only restaurant, it's right across from the parking garage. It's the only restaurant on that street. You can't miss it. Okay? Yes?
You have the dates for next year's podcast?
No, and what we just found out is that we'll probably be submitting them very soon after today. So we will know next year's within the next few weeks. So yes, there will be one next year. So I will go on record as saying that right now. Anything else? Okay, well, enjoy a little bit of a break, and we'll see everybody at Tavern 245 about 5:30, 6 o'clock. Thanks.
If someone got next to session, if he's prepared, he can do it now.
Hey.